Why?
My sister knew me and she killed herself. She killed her son. She killed her son too.
Two people are dead, the mom and the son?
Yes.
This
Bruh. Oh shit, I'm supposed to go all the way over here. No, it seems that. You want in, buddy? You barking at me there, bucko? Ah. Are you barking at me? Are you barking at me? Hey. Hey. Rocky, come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, stink. Oh. Gotcha. I got the stinker. I got the stinker. Hey. 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 Hi, baby. I got the stinker. Hello, Rocky, baby. Hey, baby. Oh, lay down. Come. I'm not letting you back out of my room. I just opened the door because you were barking at me. I'm not letting you out of my room now. No. You have to lay down and be a good boy.
In today's digital age, and with a lot of people working remotely, our written communication is more crucial than ever.
One of my favorite character tropes that I've been seeing in spades recently has got to be the trope where the usual main character or group member that's usually the heart and soul of the team crashes out. If you're not familiar with the term, it's basically like a hugely positive character will go from the upbeat nothing can take me down attitude to a complete 180 where they start wishing they were anything but alive. You see this sometimes in Spider-Man comics, a lot in Invincible. If we finally kill our enemies, will we finally be free? And huge spoilers for anyone who watches JJK, I'll give you a second. But this happens in the worst possible way to Yuji Itadori. I can name a lot more characters that have lost what made them who they were in the beginning because of them facing such insurmountable loss or tragedy, but a character that quite honestly fills me with the most sadness for how awful things turned out has gotta be the Last Ronin. To leave you with a little bit of suspense if you have no idea who the Last Ronin is, the Last Ronin is the last survivor of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle family, which is like the single worst possible outcome for the TMNT whatsoever. Akin to the Old Man Logan comic where the villains essentially won, killing all heroes, the Foot Clan won in this scenario, exterminating the TMNT and turning the entirety of New York into a synthetic dystopia. It's really only through sheer chance in the end that one of the turtles would be left standing, one they had forgotten to finish off. One left with a chance to exact vengeance for his fallen family. Carrying the mementos of his fallen brothers, the Last Ronin sets out on a path of revenge, willing to die getting it. It's a hell of a comic with a strong hook that leaves you with several questions like, which turtle is the Last Ronin? How did each of the turtles die? What led up to everything going horribly wrong? And can the Last Ronin even accomplish his hopeless mission to obtain justice for his fallen family and friends? All questions you have to sort of puzzle together the further down the rabbit hole you go down. Now, my first introduction to the TMNT I'd have to say would be the show from 2003. When I look back, I have such an appreciation for the animation and voice work that went into this show, and it's what laid the foundation of my fondness for the team. From there, I've seen the animated movie, which I really and truly can't help but point out how Raph's design in this movie goes hard as fuck. I also played the movie game like 1,000 times.
That animated movie was fucking amazing. One of the best animated movies ever, honestly.
And it's pretty much one of the best PS2 games I could have ever played as a kid. And then I've seen the Michael Bay movies. Oh god. But I've never really read their comics. Mostly because I was completely unaware they even had comics to begin with. I know, Mullen Man Comics, the comic guy had no idea that the TMNT was first a comic. Get all the laughing and shite out of your system. So, for a while now, I've been reading several TMNT comics to make up for the fact that I have never read a single one in my life. I've read ones where they do a crossover with Batman, which is super good. You should definitely check it out, because it has one of my favorite panels ever. This is where I watched my parents die, Raphael. Bummer. I know the panel is fake, but it doesn't make that any less funny. Then there's the mainline TMNT comics produced by IDW from 1 to 100 that are some of the best comics I've ever read, with each issue somehow always managing to deliver. Along with that, a personal favorite of mine involving the TMNT since I've started reading comes from TMNT Urban Legends number 3, where Donatello essentially falls out of a helicopter and basically becomes paralyzed from the neck down and has to accept the reality that he's going to die a slow and painful death getting eaten by rats. And when the rest of his brothers end up finding him, this is what they find. It's honestly such a brutal read, witnessing Donatello struggle with the reality that he can't escape this situation because he's just simply trapped within his own body. Now, the reason I'm talking about all these other TMNT
I've never heard of that comic, bro. I gotta read that shit now. That sounds
comics
so nuts.
Is because they're what I leapt over to after reading The Last Ronin, as The Last Ronin was my very introduction to the TMNT comics. I still remember back in late 2020 when the first issue came out with so much mystery behind it going in. Meeting a turtle all in black holding each weapon his brothers used, like Donnie's staff, Leo's swords, Mikey's nunchucks, and Raph's sais. And in most of the promotions for the series, it isn't really clear who the Last Ronin truly is. I mean, I guess out of all the turtles, you can rule out Franklin the Turtle. Oh, brother, this guy stinks! That joke was a lot funnier in my head. But in many different covers for the series, especially for the first issue, the Last Ronin is drawn sporting each of the weapons and even some of their colored headbands. I remember before going in that my guess was that it had to be Raph, because to me not only was he my favorite, but he seemed like the only logical answer because he was the only one that I ever thought would be the one to outlast everyone. Since with a lot of the promotional art for The Last Ronin
Bro,
being
such a
red
good
and with a
comic.
grittier
Oh
take,
my
I thought,
God.
who fits that role of seeking revenge willing to die getting
Let's see what
it
the bank's
more than
looking like. We're at
Raphael? But I'm
21
curious
mil
to
in the
hear
loot
what some of
tab.
y'all thought in the comments. Now, since the story's
We're
release, it's
at
garnered massive
784
praise, with a
KC,
video game about the
127
comic
mil
coming out
earned.
possibly in 2026. A channel called Speedokagan created a phenomenal animated short for The Last Ronin. An announcement was just made that there's going to be a movie set to release sometime in 2026. There's also a new series called The Last Ronin: The Lost Years that expands the lore even further in this desolate timeline that I may or may not go over in a future video. And now if you take a walk over to the book aisles in Walmart or Target, you'll even find the complete graphic novel there. That to me is pretty darn special because The Last Ronin definitely deserves its praise. And I've been wanting to make a video about it for some time, so I thought, why not now? So without further ado, let's get the show on the road and finally go over The Last Ronin. Beginning the story, we see the Last Ronin is swimming through toxic mud, seemingly talking to a group of people. Definitely not his dead brothers or anything. Telling them that they couldn't get through by bridge or by boat, and that swimming is the only option. As we get an overhead panel of New York, now sectioned off completely from the outside world, looking like, I don't know, Arkham City. While swimming through the toxic mud, the Ronin comments that it tastes putrid, and that the toxic water all around New York is the consequences from decades of pollution and global warming. As he makes his way to shore, the Ronin grapples over to the other side of the wall into New York, taken aback at how much Manhattan has changed in the time he's been gone. As the Ronin talks to the others about the plan, it's revealed to be his brothers inside his head. He's like a little bit tapped in the head, but I mean, who wouldn't be if they lost their entire family? So since the Ronin can't exactly take a taxi to where he needs to go with cameras and foot ninjas all around that could spot him, the Ronin steals a nearby motorcycle from a girl we'll get more acquainted with later, setting off to the Foot Clan tower hidden in plain sight. Once at the base of the tower, the Ronin decides to go in like a bat out of hell, causing an explosion to blast himself high above in the air to maneuver himself inside the building. Climbing through most of the levels, the Ronin climbs out of a nearby manhole, which inadvertently sounds an alarm, leading to security covering the Ronin on all sides, giving him no choice but to stand his ground and fight back. It's only after defeating the security robots, the Ronin finds that the Foot Clan ninjas have all been turned into synthetic ninjas, coining the nickname Sinjas. With an awful lot more Sinjas gaining on the Ronin's position, the Ronin leaps off from the side of the tower, landing gracefully atop of a flying police car and taking the wheel, managing to crash land near the very top of the tower unscathed. While inside his head, his brothers critique his performance, telling the Ronin how they would have done this mission so differently.
Oh
While
no,
causing a
I
ton of
just
chaos
choked so bad
outside,
right there.
leaping from floor to floor, the grandson of Shredder,
clicked the
Oroku
fucking-
Hiroto, leader of the Foot Clan, watches on, giving his men authorization to kill whoever is foolish enough to challenge his claim over New York. Sneaking through the tower, the Ronin eventually finds himself in an unavoidable confrontation with Oroto's Sinjas, yelling at a nearby security camera that he knows Oroku is watching and he'll be coming for him next. Hiroto is shocked that one of the turtles is still drawing breath, so he sends all available Sinjas to converge on the Ronin's location in one of the lower levels. But despite the amount of Sinjas Hiroto sends, the Ronin rises up floor by floor, taking on tougher and tougher Sinjas, defeating each opponent that comes his way, until it inevitably becomes too overwhelming for the Ronin to keep up with, as one of the Sinjas crashes the Ronin through a nearby window, causing the Ronin to fall all the way to the bottom of the tower, pretty much breaking the Ronin's entire body. Unable to accept his death at the hands of Hiroto's Sinjas, through sheer will, the Ronin crawls into a nearby manhole, finding refuge in the sewer system he used to call home so many years ago. While at the same time, that same girl from before does a close follow. Leaking and coughing up blood, the Ronin, seeing no other way out than death, seeks to finish himself off on his own terms, not just for his honor, but also for his family. Setting down all his brother's mementos, he reflects on his brothers, how they were always so different, yet so much alike, saying he misses his brothers so much. He misses his father, and more than anything, the Ronin wanted to make him proud by securing justice for his fallen family. But in the end, he was too little too late, apologizing to his father before enacting seppuku. However, before being able to go through with it, the girl stumbles upon the Ronin, stopping him as he blacks out due to blood loss. Upon fading, the Ronin is brought to a time before everything went horribly wrong. The Ronin, completely confused, his brothers tell him that he's still got plenty of work to do, as the Ronin awakes to an old friend at his bedside, April O'Neil, relieved to see the Ronin awake, as she then questions him, saying, "Who are you talking to?" Michelangelo. The wise guy is Michelangelo. Yeah, the last Ronin is Mikey, and I'm not gonna lie to you, this really caught me off guard when I was first reading. And if it also wasn't enough, literally in the next chapter, we find out which of the TMNT was the first to fall as April cries herself to sleep. Thinking back to when times were simpler, as April and Casey work up a nice dinner for themselves and the Turtles to announce their engagement. Until Raphael comes bursting into their apartment covered in blood, clearing the entire kitchen table so that the other Turtles can properly take care of Splinter, who's in critical condition. Bleeding from pretty much everywhere, they place Splinter on the table as April tries to get Donnie to compose himself so he can help patch up Splinter, while Mikey fills in Casey on how they were leaving the sewers and everything was normal till they were jumped by the Foot Clan. Raph by this point is super bloodlusted, wanting to show just how big of a mistake the Foot Clan has made tonight, hurting their father, until Leonardo reunites with the group telling Raph to stand down. But despite his brother's command, seeing his father bleeding out, unable to do anything, his anger gets the better of him, going out on his own for revenge. I think from this you can kind of understand why I thought Raphael was the last Ronin, but carrying on. April, shaking off the memory, picks herself up from her bed as she puts on her prosthetic arm and leg to see how Mikey is recovering. While Mikey is lighting matches till they reach the end of his fingertips to feel anything, thinking back to the day Raphael died. Jumping all over the city in search for the Foot Clan, Raph picks off straggler after straggler, interrogating each of the ninjas till he finds the whereabouts of their leader, Karai. While over with Karai, she lays into her disciples about how they failed to finish the job killing Splinter, and that it will surely lead to their clan's demise. While not even seconds later, Raph starts ruthlessly murdering each foot ninja that gets in his way of killing Karai. At first, Karai tries sending all of her men towards Raph to tire him out, but after Raph makes clean work of everyone who comes his way, Karai finally steps in to take on Raph herself. The fight is a brutal one, with many vicious blows stricken on both parties, till the fight eventually escalates into the river, where they both slowly sink down together, stabbing each other to death, ending the bloody battle with Raphael sinking into the abyss of the river, while Karai is saved by one of her disciples, yet only to remain in a vegetative state forever. Soon after remembering Raphael's demise, April comes to visit Mikey, already making an astounding recovery. Mikey comments on how happy he is to see April alive and well, while April takes notice of Mikey's mutation, making him bigger, stronger, with the added ability of accelerated healing. Yet Mikey cannot remember how he managed to get himself back to the lair. That's when April starts yelling for Casey to come out for breakfast, which gives Mikey a bit of a heart attack at first, thinking he's still alive. Till April's daughter, named Casey, after her late father, shows up. They kind of already met before when Mikey tried killing himself, but they both just kind of leave that in the past and reintroduce themselves. With
Easy Casey.
Casey ecstatic that she finally gets to officially
Are you doing
meet
tonight,
one of the
Mac?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Meanwhile, at Oroku Tower, Hiroto trains relentlessly, preparing for a showdown against the Ronin. Yet in the way he fights, he's shown to completely lack skill as his men repeatedly beat him. You'd think he'd be the top dog since he basically runs New York, but that's not really the case here. The only reason his men even still follow him is either through respect of Hiroto being the Oroku clan leader, or they respect Hiroto out of fear. Because whenever Hiroto loses, he ends up either brutalizing his men or he tortures them by feeding them to his crows. Hiroto's not really a guy that makes an effort to improve morale within the clan whatsoever, really only doing anything so long as it benefits himself, and his ego only gets worse from here. Back with Mikey, after enjoying some breakfast, getting caught up in the brutal state of New York, Casey tells Mikey in private that she always looked up to the Turtles like they were storybook heroes. She trained relentlessly since a child in martial arts, watching old martial arts videos, reading martial arts textbooks, doing just about anything to be well-rounded in combat. And after giving Mikey all his belongings back, she nervously asks Mikey where he's been all this time New York's gone into the crapper, where Mikey explains that when everything went wrong, he ditched Manhattan and fled into the mountains, which kinda turned out to be a bad idea, since being cold-blooded didn't really mix well with the snowy terrain. All Mikey could do was find some place to die, yet his body wouldn't let him. For days, weeks, he suffered, until he began to hear voices telling him that his destiny wasn't completed, that he couldn't die just yet. Over time, the mountains became warmer, offering Mikey proper sustenance, and with time, he began to look deeper into his own soul, feeling like the only way he could achieve his destiny was somewhere in solitude achieving enlightenment. Mikey sought to remove himself from the world, but the world had other plans, reaching out to Mikey, and not in the fun kind of way. More like the, we want to kill you because you're a 7-foot tall fucking turtle.
No
kind of
pet.
way. So through many
grind.
rigorous beatings, Mikey went.
Yes, sir. You already know, good sir. You already know. We are at... okay, see. 786. Best personal best is a minute 16. I stopped trying to kill him fast, and then now I just kind of just AFK it. You know what I mean? I don't even look at the screen half the time when I'm playing. I just listen to the sound effects.
And through all for the sake of inner peace, something eventually snapped in Mikey. Defeating the people who tormented him for years just for
I've got the
fun, it
KBD
gave
pet
Mikey a
and
reason to
the
believe that his destiny wasn't
Grotesque
to find
Guardian
inner-
pet. I got the Grotesque Guardian at 205, and I got KBD at 600 on the dot. So now I want to get this Vorkath pet so I can have both dragon pets, and then I'll go get Huey Codal. Then I'll go get Huey Codal, and I'll have all the dragon pets, you know? Even though Huey Codal's butt cheeks.
Peace, but to
The
resume his
Luther's
quest
terrible.
in claiming justice for his fallen family.
Mistake.
Traveling across the world and studying his father's journals scribed with all forms of martial arts, Mikey trained and trained for the day that he, the Ronin, could restore his family's honor. It was only after Mikey felt that his training had reached its end where he could finally return home to fulfill his destiny to kill Hiroto Uroku. After telling Casey his story, she wondered.
Right now we have, I'm trying to get at least like 100 mil in the bank as well. I'm trying to get at least 100 mil in the bank as well from Vorkath. You know, it'd be nice for our armor upgrades and etc.
Wonders what the end of Splinter's journal means by the phrase, no peace, to which Mikey says that it means he's still got plenty of work to do. Meanwhile, April is seen opening up a safe, revealing Honeycutt's head still intact. Honeycutt's like a super intelligent robot guy, if you have no clue who he is. Flashing back to after the events of Raph's death and Karai no longer being able to lead the clan, the Foot Clan have basically
You got
no
any
choice
pets,
than to
Mac?
appoint their last heir to the family name, Oroku Hiroto, as leader of the clan. With Hiroto's first act as clan leader following Shredder's death, the senseless war against the Hamato clan, and with his mother now comatose forever, Hiroto invites every member of the Hamato clan for a parley, feeling the war has gone on for far too long, and the time for peace has finally come. Whether the parley is actually genuine or not, we don't find out until much later. As we cut back to present day with Hiroto broadcasting to the people of New York that for nearly 2 decades he's kept everyone safe, protected, and allowed those deserving to prosper by his will, claiming he alone decides the fate of New York's people if they do not heed his warning. Broadcasting on every screen possible the Ronin, Hiroto declares martial law against the city until the Ronin is found and ultimately killed, adding that for those who are caught in any crime such as aiding either the Resistance or the Ronin, will be a crime punishable by death. Chaos swiftly ensues all over Manhattan, with civilians being terrorized, Resistance members being captured, and every communication array being jammed. Back with Mikey, he talks with his brothers in his head about how Casey is a great warrior that could aid in Mikey's mission for revenge. But Mikey's against Casey helping since she's only just a kid and is already getting mixed up with the Foot Clan's destruction. His brothers don't really think anything of it, because after all, when they were her age, they were fighting off Foot Clan ninjas and Shredder dozens of times, adding that she's more than qualified because she's Casey and April's kid after all. But Mikey retorts that they were Splinter's kids, and look what happened to them. 3 out of the 4 of them are dead. Same thing with Shredder to Karai, and now Karai to Hiroto. And everyone is all back to square one. That's when Casey bursts into Mikey's room kinda questioning if Mikey's alright because he's literally talking to no one. But with Mikey acting cold around her because he doesn't want to see her get hurt, Casey heads out to go topside on her own to help the Resistance to prove she can be a good partner to Mikey. So while alone walking through the base, Mikey finds April in her lab working on Honeycutt, and Mikey gets surprised out of his mind again. Seeing an old friend, he thinks it's about time that they finally caught each other up on everything that happened since he left. Flashing back 2 decades, we see everyone gathered together questioning if Hiroto's call for peace is really true or if it could all be a lie. However, Master Splinter thinks it's true. The reputation of the Oroku family had been in the dumpster for a long time, but with Hiroto appointed as the clan's new leader, after losing so much to the war between clans, Splinter believes that Hiroto may be tired of the senseless bloodshed, finally wanting to close the book on this petty feud forever. With Splinter trying to reach a peaceful resolution of the war between clans, Him and Donatello fly off to Japan while Casey, Mikey, and Leo hold down the fort until they return. But unbeknownst to everyone, this evil goober named Stockman leans over his equipment, readying his strike team to capture Honeycutt and kill anyone else who gets in his way. But before the strike team can even enact their deadly plan, they're ambushed by the Foot Clan, who are also there to kill everyone. So as you can imagine, it quickly becomes a clusterfuck at the TMNT's base, with their sewer-based defenses going crazy, showing foot ninjas coming in from all angles, while Stockman's men are all doing the same exact thing topside.
Bro, these
Overwhelmed by
fucking
so many threats, Leonardo commands
audio
his men to lock down
like
all doors and take
these
positions.
audio comic
Checking in
books are
with Casey,
amazing.
he demands
What's
for
this
the
guy's
location.
channel?
As Casey
I'll figure out
yells
what
that
this
they're in
guy's
the
channel
hangar
is.
with Mikey, April, and Honeycutt
good.
getting ready to reach the rest of the tech crew. In the midst of all the chaos and confusion, Leo commands Mikey to take himself, Honeycutt, and April along with whoever they can find to the safe room, while Casey makes his way to Leo. So during Leo's slicing and dicing every foot ninja that comes his way, robotic foot ninjas start blasting through their defenses, eating attacks from Leo's men like they're paper mache. While over with Mikey, he desperately tries to keep April and Honeycutt safe from these new robot ninjas with increased strength and durability. And if it already wasn't the worst case scenario as it is, Stockman sends in countless Mausers to bomb their base. So with every sign possible pointing to this fight ending with everyone dying, there's this very emotional moment where Casey asks Leo what the plan is, as they look over at the hundreds of robots coming their way, pretty much knowing that this is their end. With that realization, Leo tells Mikey that they'll stall the enemy for as long as possible till everyone gets out safe. And as Leo and Casey fight countless robots bravely facing their end together, there's a moment that made me choke up a bit with Casey saying that once they make it out alive, it's Leo's turn to buy pizza, with Leo adding that if that's the case, he'll pick ham, pineapple, and jalapeno for the topping. Through all the destruction, Stockman realizes that he'll never get Honeycutt, even if he does somehow manage to kill everyone. So he thinks that if he can't have him, no one else can either, eviscerating the entire base, killing Casey and Leo in the process. During the time Mikey and April went over how they pretty much lost everything, April had been drawing blood from Mikey to run tests to see what his advanced mutation is doing to his body. April tells Mikey that she isn't sure, cause she's been afraid to reactivate him ever since Stockman attacked, fearing he'd return to finish the job. To which Mikey asks how April ended up like this after the base was destroyed, where she explains that after the dust settled, a rescue team pulled her out of the rubble and got her into a hospital, where she woke up to find her husband and friends all dead. She had lost an arm and a leg, and on top of it all, she found out she was pregnant. She ended up staying in the hospital for a long time, going through tons of physical and mental therapy. And once she was all set to check out, she more or less hid underground with her kids, since it was the only place she ever really felt safe after everything that had happened. After that, some guys from the old crew they assembled found Honeycutt's head and gave it to April, going on to fight against Hiroto while he was taking over New York. But one by one, they all either died or simply gave up. April then asks what Mikey did after everything, where he explains that after the explosion launched him halfway across the neighborhood, he fled back to the base only to find it destroyed, figuring everyone died with it. After which Mikey found his way to the lair, where he tried warning Donnie and Splinter but couldn't reach them. So Mikey desperately packed tons of weapons and raced to any plane heading out to Japan, hiding in the cargo, hoping he could reach them in time, but he ultimately failed. To which April cuts in and says there's nothing any of them could have done to stop what happened, but that doesn't mean they have to accept what's happening now, because she thinks she knows how to stop Hiroto once and for all. That's when Casey shows up with a bunch of members from the Resistance against Hiroto to be like, alright, what's the game plan? Because all hell's breaking loose in New York. 6 Shades, by the way. Because all through New York, soldiers are attacking innocent people in search of the Ronin, and now Hiroto's ego is at the highest it could ever be.
He looks like Dr. Doom.
Seeing the chaos and destruction caused by his word alone, he starts laughing maniacally, calling the people of New York insects, begging to be crushed by a giant like him, claiming that he alone is the honored one. He is God. He is immortal. Before tripping over his own.
Sounding like what's the name? Late Yagami over here. I am God.
So while
Sound
that
like
guy
late
in the
Yagami.
meantime is tripping the fuck out on whatever God knows
I
he's
am
on,
God.
everyone back over at the lair
Everyone loves a
arguing
good,
back and forth on how either
good
Mikey
villain with
made
the
everything
die
worse
complex,
by
you know?
coming to Manhattan, or how an assault on Hiroto is hopeless, or how they can actually save New York if everyone just works together, until April tells everyone to shut the hell up because she's got a huge room full of dozens of armed vehicles, where she basically admits to everyone that she's been planning and building for over 2 decades till the right opportunity presented itself for them and the Resistance to finally even the odds. robots. Yeah, we're smack in the middle of a gunfight with Mikey, Casey, and the Resistance pinned down under heavy fire outside of Stockman's base, as Mikey tells everyone to stay behind while he finds a way to breach the base without any more needless death. Pushing forward, he takes down several robots, thinking to himself that this plan is the dumbest thing he's ever tried to pull off. But killing Stockman is essential to stopping Hiroto and saving New York. In amidst
Bro, I
Mikey
was
fighting
cheesing.
dozens
I
of
wasn't
Stockman
even looking
robots,
at my
Mikey ends up
prayer.
getting a little too cocky and gets pinned down until he's saved by Casey right at the last second. Where Mikey gets a little upset and criticizes Casey's lack of discipline, but commends her for her initiative and thinks back to his time preparing her for her battle. In training Casey, Mikey found her to be well-rounded in most styles of combat, but one thing most of all that needed to be tempered was her rage, as Casey would let her rage control her in battle, which Mikey saw as a reminder of his brother Raph. So for her to not share the same fate as his late brother, Mikey agreed to be Casey's sensei, in hopes to pass down all his knowledge to her to make sure that she not only survives the coming fight, but to pass his teachings on to the next generation. After teaching Casey her first lesson to control her anger, Mikey has another LSD flashback to his time after his whole
LSD
family died
flashback.
arriving in Japan. Kind of
Dude,
meta
this
when
guy's
you realize we're
commentary is
now
fucking
inside of a
hilarious.
flashback inside of another flashback of a flashback. But upon landing, Mikey ditched the airport and headed for the countryside to find the Hamato clan, going off of nothing but a few old stories and a crappy map. Pushing himself for days, Mikey eventually found the Hamato clan, and upon entering their domain, Mikey met with the clan leader Shinshiro, begging to know where and what happened to his father and brother. At first, Shinshiro tried avoiding the question, but witnessing the sadness in Mikey's eyes, he began telling Mikey that there are people, creatures, teachers, warriors, heroes, and legends. Your father, Master Splinter, was all of these. As he recounts to Mikey of the time Master Splinter and Donatello arrived in Japan in hopes of achieving peace with the Yoroku clan, completely unaware that their family had been secretly attacked already. The next morning, the Yamato clan, alongside Splinter and Donnie, braced themselves for a possibly rocky confrontation with the Yoroku clan to reach a resolution of the war. Approached by an ambassador for the Yoroku clan, he attempts to start the party
like
with
5 to
Hiroto
7.
nowhere in sight, causing everyone to raise their guards even more. Upon further waiting,
This depends on the
Hiroto
RNG of
eventually
the
arrives
bullet
with the
hits,
whole army
like 5 to
backing him
7.
as he mocks Splinter, calling him a filthy rat while asking if he has heard from his family in New York since landing. Splinter, already kind of knowing that the parlay was all a ruse, slices the heads off of Hiroto's ambassador and his guards, initiating an all-out bloody battle between the clans. So with both clans converging on one another, Donnie pretty much says that he knew from the start that they shouldn't have trusted this call for peace. But there
That's
isn't
good,
anything else they
yeah.
can do for now other than fight. With that,
He's a
Master
pretty
Splinter
basic
and Donnie
boss,
kill
honestly.
Foot Ninja after Foot Ninja, each more brutally than the last. And with Hiroto's numbers dwindling, in a last-ditch effort to seize victory over the battle, he calls upon his archers and yells loud enough so that Splinter can hear that his and his entire family's time on this earth is through. Everyone you've ever known and loved is gone. Splinter, overcome with the news of his family's demise,
I'd probably
feeling as
say
though he had
melee is
nothing left
better.
to lose, Splinter challenged Hiroto to a one-on-one duel to settle the war once and for all. But with Hiroto being a coward, he decided to hide behind his numbers. Thus, Splinter, along with Donatello, pushed
I just
towards
didn't.
Hiroto, falling under his
I
trap,
just
as Hiroto would
wanted
give
to get my
Hiroto
range
first
up,
orders
so I
to
just
fire,
bought the
raining
Dragon
down
Hunter
hundreds of
crossbow.
arrows, killing the both
You
of
know?
them. As Hiroto
I used to
was
have the
soon
Dragon
after
Hunter
claiming
lance, but I
victory
sold
over
it
the
and just
battle.
upgraded
After
my
hearing of his father and brother's demise, Mikey felt
Dragon
more
Defender
alone
to the
and
Avenir
turned
Defender.
towards the mountains and just began walking. And the rest is history. April was kind of just there the entire time Mikey recounted his time leading up to him becoming the Ronin, and says that she's glad he came back despite how wrong everything's gotten. Happy that Mikey has begun connecting with Casey. Yet Mikey feels ashamed of April for hiding the fact that Casey has enhanced abilities no ordinary human should have, assuming April injected Casey with the same stuff that made him who he is. But April confesses that she's been enhanced since birth due to April's lifelong exposure to the TMNT, telling Mikey that Casey knows she's different but doesn't know everything, with the two of them vowing to keep it all a secret till the time is right. Rallying together the resistance, they
had
planned
relations
to
with the
approach Stockman's
turtle.
fortress by entering from the beach side at all sides to lay cover fire, so Stockman won't really know where the real threat is. Catching up to present day, their plan to come in from all sides, destroy the gun towers, and enter through the air all turn up as a whopping failure. But with Mikey running around the fortress taking down key points, it almost makes up for that fact, making way for the next step of the plan. The next step being April riding headfirst into Stockman's Stockman's base to absorb enough power from the nearest generator to reboot Honeycutt so he can hack into Stockman's robot army and simultaneously shut down everything, taking down both Hiroto's and Stockman's robot armies, leaving them both utterly defenseless. However, if that step doesn't work, they'll resort to plan B and just blow up whatever they can and fight again another day. Mikey thinks the plan is too risky, but he just couldn't let everyone die. Where we go back to present day, showing everyone pretty much all about to die until April bursts into the base a tad bit late from getting stuck at the bottom of the river, detonating a small EMP before Stockman's Mausers could blow everyone sky high. With the time ticking fast before Stockman's defenses can reboot, April rides her AFV into the center of Stockman's base, sticks Honeycutt into the biggest generator of the complex, and as Honeycutt begins to come back online, Stockman rushes towards Honeycutt's head to secure his prize while everyone is distracted, till Honeycutt begins to say quietly, "You shall not pass," rippling massive amounts of electric energy from his head, shocking Stockman to death. Honeycutt shouts, "You shall pay for my family, for my friends, for everything," all before exploding, taking Stockman with him, becoming something of a nanobite swarm in the process, scouring all of Stockman's equipment, shutting everything down, not just in Stockman's fortress, but the entirety of Manhattan as well, inspiring the people of New York to finally revolt against Hiroto's rule and to take back their city, leaving just one final loose end for Mikey to tie up: kill Hiroto Oroku. Returning back to the lair one final time,
Ooh, Dragon
Mikey makes an effort to
Darts.
gather his bearings, while his brothers all yell at Mikey that he's wasting too much time. They have the advantage over Hiroto, and that chance is dwindling fast. Yet Mikey is tired of his brother's senseless yapping, and telling him what to do, because Mikey didn't just return to gather his bearings, but to also say goodbye, because he sees this night only ending one way, as he yells at his brothers that it's worse than they were actually alive, always telling him what to do. And what does he have to show for all their orders and commands? Mementos. Finally yelling at all of his brothers to leave his head and never come back, as Mikey grabs his father's book, writing one final message before heading out towards his destiny. Now, with New York plummeting into chaos for like the 20th time in 1 week, everyone all over the city, including the resistance, develop a mob mentality, destroying police stations, Oroku establishments, plenty of neighborhoods, and small businesses. Not really the thing that the resistance was fighting for, but before we can even see how this all devolves, Casey gets word that her mom's in danger because the lair is flooding due to the massive power outage. Rushing to the lair, she finds it overflowing with no one in sight. Casey finds Splinter's journal and takes it with her for safekeeping, as she soon finds her mom working hard to stop the flooding. However, with the water pumps rusted shut, there isn't really much that can be done. April tells Casey that Mikey left to kill Hiroto just before she arrived at the lair, which pisses Casey off enough to punch and break a concrete pillar, angry that Mikey didn't have faith in her to join and help, especially with her mutant abilities, yelling at her mom that she's known for a long time that she's been a mutant, with April confessing that she was either going to tell her at some point or maybe never, but that she's a mutant because of her mom and dad's long exposure to the TMNT, and Mikey left her because his mission to kill Hiroto was a mission he could only embark on alone for his family's honor. With that, Casey heads out to help Mikey before he ends up getting himself killed, where we find that Hiroto is absolutely losing it, killing his own men who are already thinking about leaving to save themselves because Hiroto was simply not worth dying for, as Mikey slowly begins to climb the Oroku Tower all over again, with this time being hella easier than the last time without all the Sinjas guarding him, with Mikey even saying, climbing floor after floor, that it's almost been too easy because since Hiroto has used Sinjas replacing the foot ninjas for 2 decades, whatever real men he has have become too soft, lacking that fighter's edge along with their loyalty. However, there are still those within the clan that remain loyal, like this big dude right here who looks like he came straight from Berserk, swinging around a huge-ass sword attempting to kill Mikey. But Mikey knows how to adapt and conquer this type of big threat, by striking fast and precise, using Leo's sword like a scalpel, sending the warrior tumbling as Mikey shouts for Hiroto to face him. No longer cowering behind his men, Hiroto asks which one of the filthy monsters he is, because they all look the same to him. But Mikey ignores Hiroto and tells him that he's avoided his fate for 16 years, but tonight the Oroku bloodline ends with
Grapes?
him.
Come
Hiroto,
on,
now in a
bro. You gotta do
synthetic
better
suit
than
resembling the
grapes.
likes of Shredder, steps into the light and commences their final showdown. While fighting, Mikey notices that whenever he lands a hit on Hiroto, it has no effect due to his synthetic suit taking most of the damage. And among other things, the suit can also take the form of anything. Over the course of their fight, they are thrusted out from the building after an explosion, sending the pair hurtling down to the ground extremely fast. But with Mikey's experience falling from Oroku Tower before, he manages to get back back onto the building while Hiroto stays lurched onto his back, fighting him the whole way down. Where the two end up falling several stories down, both somehow managing to not break a single thing, continuing their brutal fight. While fighting, Mikey moves at half speed since he literally fell thousands of feet, and Hiroto picks up on this, so he begins shredding Mikey into pieces. Pun intended. But one of the coolest things that comes from this fight is Mikey using all his brother's weapons to injure Hiroto, like stabbing Raph's sai into his hand, saying it's a gift from Raph, then stabbing Hiroto in the side with Leo's sword, and finally bonking Hiroto over the head with Donnie's staff as the fight continues down into the sewers. With the both of them injured and bleeding out, now on an even playing field, Mikey starts beating the shit out of Hiroto with his nunchucks like he's in the flow state, until April manages to get the water pumps back at their lair working again, causing all the excess water to flow into the tunnel in which they're fighting in, flushing the two of them to the outside of New York into the polluted river. And despite the both of them at this point barely even able to stand, they continue fighting, with Mikey laying blow after blow, telling Hiroto that this mudhole will be his grave, and he'll finally die forgotten and alone, until Hiroto freaks out like a child and quotes Kanye, shocking himself, taking Mikey with him, as the two fall together into the mud pit, till Mikey climbs out practically an inch away from death after finally avenging his family. And while dying, Casey finds Mikey. Coming to his side, Casey says to Mikey that this isn't fair. He was gonna teach her everything he knows. But in Mikey's dying words, he tells Casey that he left Splinter's journal for her, telling her that it will help her learn everything he couldn't teach her. But the lesson more important of all is to know peace, dying in her arms. As April and Casey say their goodbyes, Mikey awakes to his brothers asking if he's gonna sleep all day or what. The guy's taking the longest nap ever, and all they want to do is go topside and begin their training. Raph adds while Mikey's getting ready that the last one out has to do the dishes, as they all begin to leave with Mikey shouting at his brothers that they all cheated, with Raph simply replying, "Loser says what?" Landing atop of a nearby rooftop, Raph comments on how much New York smells, blaming Mikey for it, accusing him of
Don't
ripping
kill
at
me.
that one. Till Casey comes in to defend him, with Splinter not too far behind, commenting that he can't speak on Raph's
Yo, let's go.
actions, but New York does have a unique smell. As Mikey takes a look at New York and the family he lost, now all reunited in the afterlife, he says, yeah, it does. Smells like home. Ending the story. Not quite. Sometime after Mikey's death, Casey is seen training in the lair following the teachings of Master Splinter and her sensei Mikey, hoping that through her training she won't let Mikey down. Freshening up, she checks with April running her usual tests and walks over to one of the experiments saying hello, revealing 4 little turtles, with
140
Casey
K.
jokingly saying,
Not bad.
"Hurry up and grow already. I've got so much cool stuff to show you." Ending the story, sorta. Because there's actually a sequel comic to The Last Ronin that follows Casey raising the next generation of turtles 15 years later. New York finds itself in a state of steady decline. It's clear to Casey that if something isn't done soon, the city she knows and loves will be lost forever. So whether they're ready or not, she and her young pupils must raise a new coalition and lead the charge to keep the peace, comprising of Uno, the light blue one, Moja is the hooded one who has the power of telepathy, Odin is the biggest of the team that finds fighting to be too difficult, and Yi is the sister to the turtles that sorta has the same attributes as Donatello, taking a fondness for machines. In the Lost Years comic series, we get a brief look at them all, only a couple years after the events of The Last Ronin as children. And now with the sequel comic coming out, we're finally about to see this new team of turtles fully realized, as the first issue of the series puts them in their first fight together as the new TMNT. It's a pretty strong start to the new series, and I'm really looking forward to how the series goes from here.
That seems like a pretty
Also, if you haven't already, you
good
should
concept
definitely
on the
read all
series,
3
honestly.
stories, because
That seems like it would be pretty dope. Fresh take on it, you know? I like that. Alright, let's see here. I'll be right back, boys. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water. Here, Rocky. I'm back. Let's see here. Find a video to put on. Shoutouts Jack. Shoutouts Squirt Savage, man. Shout out to you, dude. No. Much love indeed. Brother. Much love indeed, dude. Hmm. What to watch? Bro, Digimon? I forgot that shit even existed. Man, is there like nothing, no good, nothing worth watching? 30 celebrity death stories that will shock you. A picture of Jeffrey Epstein. Alright, there. I wouldn't go as far as calling him a celebrity now. Bro, what? Finds killer hiding in the attic? What the fuck? Yo, this shit seems crazy. What the fuck? Hiding in the attic. Feels like I might have seen that one before, though. I don't know. No, today's Thanksgiving weekend in Canada. Today is Thanksgiving weekend. So I start Tuesday. Yeah, should be pretty interesting. I low-key want... I low-key just want... like, to get a car, you know? Am I excited? No, I just want to get a car, man. If I can get a... Start doing some shit, you know? What car am I in? I don't really know yet, brother.
February 2000.
There's not really a make of a car that I'm eyeing, per se. It's kind of just like what I'll be able to afford for like 15K. You know what I mean?
The sound of a single gunshot rang out into the night and across the Dallas suburb of Coppell, Texas. A confused 911 call eventually brought emergency responders out to the River Chase apartment complex.
Honestly, I probably just get like a beater. Just so I can go back and forth to work. I don't need anything super crazy, you know? Probably get a truck though. For sure. Well, truck, I take that back. Eventually get a truck. I'll start with just like a beater ass car first. Honestly, I might try and get an old Pontiac like I used to have. Pontiac Sunfire, bro. That shit used to rock.
There, paramedics found 27-year-old Jonathan Cruz in his bed, covers pulled up to his waist, and dead from a gunshot to the chest. His new girlfriend, who placed the call, was gasping and sobbing uncontrollably. Jonathan's death came as a horrible and shocking blow to everyone who knew him. It would take years to piece together what really happened inside his apartment that night, and questions still remain.
Something tells me that
Hi,
chick
everyone.
has something
I'm
to do
Kevin,
with
and
it.
welcome to Just Thought Lounge. Here at JTL, we deliver serious, well-balanced coverage
Just
of
a
the cases
sneaking
that really make
suspicion.
you think. If that sounds like your type of true crime, then you've come to the right place. Today's case is a
794
heartbreaking
KC here,
head-scratcher.
boys.
The evidence can and has been weighed in support of different
794 kills here and no pet yet. Just saying.
theories of the crime. That is, if you believe that a crime took place at all. Let's take a look. Jonathan Cruz was born in California, but grew up in Irving, Texas. When Jonathan was young, he often visited his grandfather in Montana, where he and his brother learned to shoot pistols. Jonathan had always been close to his brother and sister. Christian and his younger sister Danielle, who goes by Danny, were more like best friends than siblings. Growing up, it was a happy and supportive household. Even in his mid-20s, years after graduating Baylor University, Jonathan continued to talk openly about his life with his mother, Pam. Jonathan had studied history at Baylor University in Waco. After graduation in 2009, he moved back to North Texas. When he returned, Pam gifted her son with a new puppy, a corgi he named Ulysses. By early 2014, 27-year-old Jonathan Cruz had taken on a new role as an operations director at an urgent care clinic. With his new salary, he moved from the family home to his own rented apartment. For the first time, he was entirely on his own. Towards the end of the previous year, Jonathan had started a new relationship. For roughly 3 months, he had been seeing a friend of Danny's, a younger woman named Brenda Lazaro. The two met through the Koppel Wu Yi Shaolin Martial Arts School, where Brenda worked for a man named Henry Sue as an instructor. They had not been together for very long, but it was already becoming serious between them. Brenda said she was in love. They spoke about marriage and children, she said. And Jonathan, according to friends, was always looking for his future wife.
See what's going on here with this message.
On the 2nd of February 2014, Super Bowl Sunday, a frantically sobbing Brenda Lazaro placed a call to 911.
Yeah, I know what they are.
It was 11:30 p.m., and Brenda was with Jonathan at his new apartment. He had moved in only a week earlier.
I need you to calm down. Which apartment? Which apartment?
813. And he's shooting himself on the heart. And he's dying right now.
Brenda, who spent much of her childhood in Mexico, struggled with English verb tenses. Jonathan had, at that time, already been shot, and his girlfriend asserted that he had done it to himself. Nearly 90 seconds into the call, she tried giving directions.
I don't know what the name was. I don't know what the name. Oh my god.
You're at Beltline and where, ma'am?
And MacArthur. MacArthur at Beltline.
You know the name of the apartment complex?
No, I don't know. But if you're going to the right, if you're coming north from MacArthur, the apartments are gonna be on the right.
Email or anything that you can give me the exact address?
No, there's nobody here. There's just me.
Almost 3 minutes in, as the dispatcher is still trying to figure out which apartment complex she's in, Brenda starts repeating Jonathan's name.
Oh my god. Jonathan.
The dispatcher asks if he shot himself on purpose. First, Brenda shouts no, but then she corrects herself. Yeah, he did it on purpose.
What did he shoot? Did he use a gun or what happened?
Yes, he used a gun.
Did he mean to do it? Did he do it on purpose?
No.
Their tone is just saying I did it. I mean, yeah, she's
After 6
definitely
minutes,
did
the
it.
dispatcher tells her she needs to go outside and knock on a neighbor's door.
I need you to find some way to tell me what the address is. I need you to walk outside. Go outside.
I just got another elite clue scroll there, boys. Let's go.
Oh my god, I didn't.
I need you to stop. I need you to help me.
8 minutes into the call, Brenda finds a neighbor to verify the name of her boyfriend's complex, the River Chase Apartments.
Whoever
And
that
the
old man
dispatcher
was
tells
on the
Brenda
phone
to
is
stay
a highly
outside.
educated
She goes
individual,
back
and you
into
can
the
tell
bed
he's done
and
that
declares
before.
again, he's dead.
You know what I
The
mean?
dispatcher
He's just,
assumes that she
he
walked
takes
in
over
and
for the
found
young man
Jonathan,
who's just like
not
trying
that
to
she
calm down
witnessed
this
the
chick
shot.
who's clearly
The
not going to calm
dispatcher
down.
asks what she saw.
We were just and we were just talking, and then he just told me that he loved me, and I didn't believe him, and he said he was gonna prove that he was.
Okay, and so...
When paramedics arrived at approximately 11:40 p.m., they found Jonathan in his bed, under the covers up to his waist, with a gunshot wound to the left side of his chest. They estimated that at that time, he had been dead for roughly 30 minutes. The bullet was from his own Sig Sauer 9mm. The gun was sitting next to him on top of his blanket to his left side. His phone was found damaged between the mattress and the box spring of the bed. Brenda's statements to the 911 dispatcher aside, the police investigated the incident as a possible murder. At the scene, they secured paper bags over Jonathan's hands and photographed the apartment. They ran tests for gunpowder residue. Jonathan had residue on the tops of a few fingers on his right hand, but none on his right palm and none on his left hand.
That's
Jonathan
impossible.
was right-handed. Brenda had residue on both sides of both hands and on her sweatshirt. Law enforcement found
Oh
the
yeah,
magazine
that
out
bitch
of the
is
gun
guilty
and
as
sitting
fuck.
in Jonathan's tie drawer. No police report noted fingerprints on the gun or its magazine. There was also no DNA evidence to provide any further indication as to which of the two people in the room had been holding the gun.
That bitch is guilty as fuck, I'm telling you, dog.
Brenda Lazaro was questioned by police at the scene, and then again at the police station for several hours. The story she told police was consistent, but a strange one. The couple had been arguing that afternoon, and on and off into the evening. At the heart of their issues was Jonathan's longtime close relationship with a friend named Emily. Brenda was not comfortable with the nature of their interactions, and Jonathan resisted pushing Emily from his life. They had worked through the argument that night, Brenda said. They watched some TV and ordered a Chinese takeaway. She said that later that night, Jonathan brought the argument back up. At that point, she went to the bathroom. She said when she came out, she sat on the floor at the foot of the bed and checked her phone. Brenda said Jonathan said a lot of nice and sweet things to me before telling her to cover her ears. Much later, Brenda would tell Jonathan's mother, Pam, that his last words were, "Baby, I love you so much. You are my world, and I will prove it to you." She says that's when she heard the gunshot.
Oh, it makes no sense.
Brenda Lazaro was born in Texas, but moved to Mexico, where her parents were from, when she was 5 years old. When she was a teenager,
You know, if you're
her
gonna
family
lie, make it
moved
make
back
sense,
to the
you know?
U.S. and settled in Irving, where her father worked installing solar panels.
Like, what the fuck?
According to those close to her in her youth,
Oh.
Brenda had a rough upbringing and an unhappy home life. Brenda also had a history of telling people stories, ones that seemed very unlikely and hard to verify. She had told people that while she was in Mexico, she witnessed a murder. The details varied on different tellings. One of Brenda's best friends recounted that Brenda had been kidnapped with another girl and set free only after the other girl was killed. She told high school friends regularly that she was pregnant, but she never gave birth. After graduation, Brenda went on to earn a
Jesus
Spanish
Christ.
degree from the University of Texas
Bitch
at
sounds
Austin.
crazy.
She worked as a substitute teacher and began to teach classes at the Wu Yi School in the evenings. It was there that Brenda became close friends with Jonathan's younger sister, Danny Cruz. In late 2013, Jonathan asked his sister's permission to ask out her good friend. Danny consented. Not long after the relationship started, Jonathan and Brenda went out for dinner with two of Jonathan's closest friends, Jacob and Emily. The two were also newly dating at the time. The two couples met at a Chinese restaurant. At the dinner, Brenda was noticeably very quiet. At first, Jacob and Emily thought their friend's new girlfriend was just introverted. But later, they came to realize why Brenda had been so reserved that evening. Apparently, she was furious. It seems that Jonathan had hugged Emily as a greeting when they first arrived. It was a common gesture for them, as it is for many close friends. The two had never had a romantic relationship, nor had they ever contemplated one. But when communication between the new couple, Brenda and Jonathan, was examined by investigators, they found Facebook messages and text exchanges consumed with this incident, and with concerns about Emily in general. Brenda appeared to dwell on this interaction, bringing it up over and over again, often as they fought. Over Christmas time, while Jonathan was on a family trip to Europe, his correspondence with Brenda revealed multiple all-night arguments held via text. It seems that the couple was not moving past
I think
the
you
fight,
want to get
and
Elite
Brenda
Void.
was not getting over her jealousy.
It's
These
worth it
exchanges
just getting Elite
eventually
Void.
led
Elite
to a
Void's so
message
good
that
for so many
Jonathan
other things,
sent to his
dude.
sister Danny on the 1st of
I got
February,
Elite Void in
the
one
day
day.
before he died.
One day of playing, like 8 hours
He
of
sent Danny a
playing
series
Pest
of
Control.
texts
It's super easy.
explaining that the way he saw it, he had 4 choices.
It's brain dead.
First, fight it
Good
and try to
XP
make
too.
it better, which he added would probably never happen. Second, choose Brenda. Third, refuse to give up either and see if Brenda ends it. And the last, end it with Brenda
You gotta deal with
now.
Danny.
He told Danny that the first 3 options
Oh, those aren't
all
too hard.
held a strong likelihood
Which
of
ones you
ending
gotta?
the
Oh, you gotta kill
relationship.
Zora.
He
Yeah.
concluded that breaking up on his own terms
Yeah,
would
Zora's
limit
a
or
bitch.
contain the damage. Jonathan apologized to his sister. He knew the breakup with her friend would negatively impact their friendship. But after examining his options, this was exactly what he planned to do. Jonathan's intent to end the relationship provided a potential motive. Jacob and Emily visited Jonathan's new apartment late in the morning of the day he died. He offered his friends a tour to show them around the new place. His guns were part of the tour. Jacob recalled that the gun that would later kill Jonathan was stored in its own space in his dresser, and that Jonathan kept it ready to go, meaning the magazine was in and a round was chambered. But that night,
Ready to go,
law
lock and
enforcement would
loaded.
find the oily magazine sitting amongst Jonathan's otherwise pristine neckties
1, 2,
and in a
3, 4,
different
5,
drawer.
6 KC this trip, boys. We got 6 kills.
Emily
this
and
trip.
Jacob independently
good trip.
confirmed to police what Danny had already told them.
Pretty good trip.
Jonathan had declared his intention to break up with Brenda. When Emily became aware that she was the central issue, she offered instead to step out or away
That was over a
from their
mil
friendship
trip
for
right
the
there,
sake
boys.
of
Holy shit. That was over a milli right there. A milli. Holy fuck, gentlemen. Let's fucking go, man. Yo, so you want to know? Are you still here, Daniel? Or you want to know? I'll look it up right now. Yeah, Void would be better. Void would be better, yes. Void's the second best in slot for ranged. Void is the second best in slot for ranged. 100%. 100%, brother. So Void would be the way. We got a clue we gotta go do, gentlemen. Um,
of his relationship. Jonathan refused. He could not envision a future without his closest friends in it. This seemed to be the last straw for him. He told Jacob and Emily that he was packing her bag and cleaning her things out of his place. Then, hours later in the day, Emily received a text from Jonathan's cell phone. It was received at 10:52 p.m. and read, "I want to die." Brenda called 911 in a panic 40 minutes later. Officers interviewed Brenda for hours on the night that Jonathan died, and then they questioned her again in the days that followed. In a search warrant executed the next day, a Koppel police investigator stated that they suspected Jonathan's death was a homicide and referred to the gun found at the scene as a murder weapon. But Brenda Lazaro was never charged. When the autopsy was performed, it cast doubt across the investigation and their working theory. The Dallas County Medical Examiner listed the manner of death as undetermined. It was concluded that the gunshot wound could have been self-inflicted. Indeed, the only witness insisted that this was the case, and there was gunpowder residue on the dominant hand of the deceased. Also plausible was a scenario in which Jonathan was shot as he slept, perhaps awaking in just enough time to reach for the gun. That may explain how gunshot residue was found on his hand. The medical examiner found that Jonathan did not have drugs or alcohol in his system, a factor that could have caused him to act out of character. The Koppel police determined that they did not have enough evidence to prove or disprove the homicide theory. So, despite lingering suspicions, the murder investigation would not continue.
Said that there's a level of crazy, and I'm not sure how deep it runs, and I need to know before I can, fully commit. He was not some guy that was willing to give up everything he'd achieved and all the people that he loved for some girl he'd been dating for 10 weeks.
I just fucked up so bad.
Jonathan Cruz grew up around guns. He competed in tournaments and was well-versed, even fanatical, his family claimed, about gun safety.
Can I get some GP and you guys are free to play? Shit, man, I'm trying to save up some GP to get fucking rich, homie.
Located in his tie drawer may have been removed before or after the fatal bullet was fired. However, because the magazine was out of the gun, it's possible that whoever pulled the trigger did not know there was a round in the chamber. The Cruz family believed that Jonathan would have recognized
my bank's only 300 mil, you feel me? I'm brokey. I don't even have enough to get a sight.
He had been trained on them for years and had even shot competitively in the past. Brenda, on the other hand, may very well have believed that the gun was not loaded. With the police investigation halted, the Cruz family turned to a private investigator, Sheila Wysocki. Sheila was already a well-known and successful PI, having made a name for herself in multiple high-profile murders before agreeing to take on Jonathan's case. One of the first steps that Sheila took was to source Jonathan's medical records. These records supported what the family already believed to be true. Jonathan had no history of depression. He had not been given any prescription for antidepressants
if you can afford it with real money,
then other medications that could cause adverse side effects.
Brother.
He was not suicidal, and he would not,
they believe, 6,000
under
coins.
any circumstances, have knowingly pulled the trigger. Sheila reviewed the police reports and all documentation. She interviewed new witnesses and re-interviewed old ones.
Yeah, I mean, shit, bro, you gotta get on that RuneScape grind then.
The martial arts school.
Gotta start telegrabbing Zammy Wines, you know? My advice, start telegrabbing Zammy Wines over here, dog. Right over here, start telegrabbing them wines. Start killing some dragons. We'll go like this. We'll go like this. What do we want to grab? What do we want to grab? What do we want to grab? 6K coins. My brokey brother. Run, motherfucker, run! Bro, probably my least favorite thing about RuneScape is doing clues, but the shit you get from them is so good. It's just like, you know? Oh, bro, I thought a player was attacking me for a second. I was like, oh, that's GG. And I have to play around this gate. Who the fuck is messaging me? I don't care, brother. Bro, run! Oh, he's gone. Thank fucking God. Holy shit, that was a spooky encounter right there. Whew. Miniature fucking heart attack avoided. Jesus.
Investigation,
Christ.
Sheila concluded, not surprisingly, that Jonathan could not have shot himself. His medical records showed an injury to his right shoulder that had been acting up only days prior. The injury restricted his movement and could be painful if Jonathan stretched too far and exacerbated the strain. It would have made the angle of the gunshot very difficult at best, but certainly awkward and painful to achieve.
He couldn't have done that angle without breaking his wrist.
The neighbor whose door Brenda eventually knocked on for an address during that fretful 911 call believed it had been at least 20 minutes between the time she heard the gunshot and the knock on her door. She told police that night it was closer to 45 minutes. That timeline roughly corresponded to the observations of the paramedics when they arrived and found Jonathan. These responders estimated he had passed away a half an hour earlier. There appeared to be a significant delay from the time of the shot to the emergency response.
Well, it's that chick's fault.
As the second anniversary of Jonathan's death neared, Pam and John Cruz began talking about filing a civil suit against Brenda for wrongful death. They thought that might at least give them an opportunity to uncover more evidence. Civil cases carry
We gotta
a
go to the
lesser
Tears of
burden
Gothics
proof.
as well, boys. So
Their
just
lawyers would
remember,
only
we
have
gotta
to
do
show
Tears
that
of
a
Gothics as well.
preponderance of the evidence indicated that Brenda was responsible.
We'll get some free runecrafting XP.
Jurors were tasked with determining whether the chance that Brenda killed Jonathan was more likely than not. It took years, but in 2022, they moved forward with the civil trial.
Oh my God.
Sheila Wysocki had developed a theory, one that would be presented with supporting evidence at trial. They believed that Jonathan did tell Brenda Lazaro, now Brenda Kelly, that he wanted to break up and that they fought. Based on texts uncovered in the investigation, the investigator knew from Jonathan's own words that if he and Brenda were in a heated argument, his response would be to disengage and go to sleep. Sheila believed that this is exactly what he did that night. Once Jonathan was asleep, Brenda sent a text message from his phone to Emily and then smashed the phone. They proposed that Brenda then got Jonathan's gun, aimed at his heart, and pulled the trigger. Daryl Robertson, a retired Houston police detective, testified that Jonathan Cruz would have had to contort his body to inflict the wound on the left side of his chest. Jonathan had seen a doctor 2 days prior about the strain to his right shoulder. Robertson said it defies common sense that Jonathan would have pushed through the shoulder pain to put the barrel of the gun to where he was shot. Robertson also pointed to gunshot residue that was found on Brenda's palms, on the backs of her hands, and on her sweater. Fewer gunshot residue particles were found on Jonathan. However, the residue testing may be misleading. Brenda's team argued that crime scene investigators only tested the back of Jonathan's hands. They didn't even test his palms or the clothing he wore, as they did for Brenda. Of course she had more gunpowder residue on her. They tested her more thoroughly. Brenda's attorney, Andrew G., suggested that Brenda was left with gunshot residue on her when she tried to cover the bullet wound to stop the bleeding. He also asserted that the motive may be bogus. There were signs, he claimed, that Jonathan had not broken up with Brenda that night after all. First, they had been together for hours and then ordered takeout at 8 p.m. He was going to bed with her still in the apartment after 11 p.m., which seemed to indicate that he intended her to stay the night. Brenda's attorney questioned if these were in fact the actions of a couple that were breaking up. When Brenda Kelly took the stand, the Cruz family held their breath for what version of the story she would tell. Over the years, they heard variations of her story from different sources. Was Jonathan standing when he pulled the trigger, as she had told Danny? Was Brenda even in the bedroom when the gun went off? Or was she in the living room, as Henry Sue had related to Pam years earlier? Still, others that she worked with at the martial arts school recalled being told by Brenda that she was in the bathroom when the shot was fired. So what was the real story, and would she provide it when under oath? Brenda was asked dozens of questions by the Cruz's attorney over the period of 90 minutes. She did not answer a single question.
What?
Brenda Kelly asserted her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination to each and every question.
This guy and I are doing the same thing.
The 6-person jury deliberated for about 2.5 hours before reaching a unanimous verdict, even though in a civil case, only 5 votes are needed. Thomas Shaw, a lawyer for the Cruz's family, asked jurors to award the family more than $129 million. The jury decided on $206 million. Brenda has not faced criminal charges for the murder of Jonathan Cruz. She maintains her innocence, and the manner of his death remains listed as undetermined. The private investigation undertaken by Sheila Wysocki and the Cruz family turned up evidence that was subsequently handed over to the Koppel Police Department.
Come on, beat my PB.
They have not, however, at the date of publication of this
We crushed
video,
it.
reopened the criminal investigation.
Let's
Thanks
go.
for watching. I'm Kevin. This is Just Thought Lounge, and I'll see you in the next one. Jonathan Broyhill and Nation Hahn were best friends. John stood up for Nate as the best man at his wedding. Years later, Nate's wife, Jamie, gave John a job.
Let's go.
As his health took a turn for the worse, Jamie drove him to his doctor's appointments. They had standard Monday night dinners. But really, the three were together all the time. They were like family. When law enforcement descended upon the Hahn's neighborhood in North Raleigh on an otherwise quiet evening in April 2013, they found one of the bloodiest scenes that most had ever seen.
Another thing that I want to do with that 100 mil chat, I just thought, with that 100 mil, I want to... get construction up so I can just go and play on World 420 at all times. Joke. What the fuck is this? Shadow et Dungeon. So I'm going to that spot. We just go to climbing boots, crossbow, mitrite. There you go. After this, I think we go bust out our Slayer task, kill the fucking Godward dungeon bitch a couple times, and we go back to Vorkath. I ain't gonna lie. Loki want to finish that task, so.
Scene. By the end of that evening, all three friends were in hospital, and family, friends, and neighbors were left asking, how could this have possibly happened? Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, and welcome to Just Thought Lounge. Today's case takes us through some unexpected developments. It is a terrifying example of how even those closest to you in your life can hold secrets that you never imagined. Let's take a look. Nation Han was a student at the University of North Carolina in 2006, when his passion for politics compelled him to volunteer for a presidential campaign. Nate worked alongside other college students, volunteering to knock on doors and to help with events and rallies. He was eventually hired on as an intern. But it wasn't just his love of campaigning that kept Nation engaged. He had also developed a crush on his new boss, a young woman 2.5 years his senior, named Jamie Kirk. Nate and Jamie became good friends while they worked together. Each saw other people, but they stayed in touch over the following years. Jamie continued her career in politics after the 2008 elections and began working for a state senator, and Nate completed his university degree. After the two both found themselves free of their previous relationships, they thought they might spend some time together. Less than 5 months after their first kiss, they were engaged to be married. One of Nate's oldest friends, Jonathan Broyhill, stood up for him as best man at his wedding in 2009. John grew up in Lenore with Nation, and the two became friends in the Pentecostal church they both attended. Jamie and John had met early on in the young couple's relationship and had become fast friends. The group was so close, they had regular dinners at the Hans home. And in 2010, when John was out of work, Jamie decided to help out by offering him a role in her business, a political consultancy called Sky Blue Strategies. This worked out in the short term, but by the spring of 2013, Jamie had been unable to keep John on the payroll, and instead had been helping him to find another job. Struggling for work, it would seem, was not the only misfortune that John Broyhill would experience that
Shape of
year.
Legends.
After soldiering through a devastating diagnosis of multiple sclerosis in the summer of 2012, that winter, he was also complaining of problems with his gallbladder. He told friends about the surgery he needed to remove gallstones. Then, in early April, came the alarming news that doctors had discovered a spot when they removed his gallstones, a spot which they believed could be pancreatic cancer. He still required confirmation, but it was not looking good. Devastated, the Hans comforted their friend, then cried for him in private. They believed
what's
that
up,
the
Dylan?
diagnosis was a death sentence, and they were about to lose someone they loved very dearly. John had agreed to continue assisting Jamie in finalizing the accounts for a congressman's campaign that had been suspended. At 4:30 p.m. on Monday, April 22nd, John met Jamie at her house, ostensibly to address the outstanding account issues, but also so that she and Nate could take John to another doctor's appointment early the next morning. Nation greeted John in the kitchen with a hug and invited him to stay the night. John told him that he had his clothes packed with him for exactly that scenario. After their brief conversation, Nate proceeded upstairs to change out of his work clothes and into his running gear. Exactly what transpired in the following few minutes is a mystery, and one which would be hotly debated for years afterwards. Nation, hearing calls from his wife, rushed down the stairs. he found his best friend armed with a kitchen knife attacking Jamie. While Nate struggled with John to stop the attack, Jamie, already seriously injured, stumbled from the house. She was able to reach the doorstep of a neighbor, while her husband held off their friend and called to anyone within earshot to call 911. More than one neighbor heard the cries for help and did exactly that.
911, what's the location of your emergency? Hey, we have an emergency at Hillbriar Drive. Okay, what's going on? I got him on the phone. What's going on? I got him on the phone. Ma'am, what's happening over there? I don't know. There's a lady bleeding terribly. Okay, how did she look like she's been shot? Okay. Has she been shot? I don't know. They're pressing on her stomach. It's all in her stomach. No, the person who stabbed her, she's still there. I don't know. Okay. I don't know who it is. It's a lady that was running down the street, and she's been stabbed, and she's in the
BLR.
The person's still in the house, and we need the police as soon as possible. Okay, the police are coming as well. This woman who's able to maybe give a description of the suspect? Yeah, hold on real quick. Can you give a description of who it is? What's the name? John Broyhill. John Broyhill? What's he wearing? He's wearing a plaid. The police are here.
Police surrounded the Hans home and ordered John Broyhill to come outside. When he did, he moved calmly, with his hands in the air. Officer Roy Smith recounted later that he observed self-inflicted knife wounds on his wrists and a stab wound to his stomach. These injuries were visibly quite severe. The damage was not superficial. John was placed in an ambulance and brought to hospital under police supervision. As EMS workers spoke with him, John became visibly upset and began crying. He told them, "It's been a long time coming," and said repeatedly, "I just want to die." Jamie lost consciousness on her way to the hospital. She underwent emergency surgery, but would never wake up. She died 2 days later as a result of her injuries. The autopsy revealed that she had sustained stab wounds to multiple areas, her back, but also her front torso. The wounds numbered in the dozens. Nation survived the attack, but with injuries primarily to his hands, where he had grabbed at the blade to fight off his friend, while calling for his wife to run from the house. As the emergency response transitioned into a murder investigation, crime scene analysts descended upon the property, seeking to map out, so far as it was possible, what exactly transpired. Inside the house, Raleigh police, joined by the City County Bureau of Identification, the CCBI, found a bloody and messy scene. It appeared that the altercation had occurred in the kitchen. On one side of a small dining set was the kitchen knife, the presumed murder weapon, abandoned on the floor. On the other side of the table, a chair had been knocked over, falling to rest upon a purse. There was a trail leading towards the living room, where a baby gate had been knocked over as well. John's backpack, full of his clothing to stay the night, sat on a stool in the living room area. The only item he had retrieved from the backpack appeared to be the kitchen knife. There was a less disturbance in the living room, suggesting that the altercation had backtracked to the kitchen, where a trail led out the side doorway. In the master bed, shoes out, presumably abandoned by Nate when he heard his wife's screams and ran down the stairs. The physical evidence showed an attack that began in the kitchen and spilled out from the doorway into the streets and to a neighbor's yard.
Oh, dude, that's so fucking funny. They're just roasting this chick in my fucking clan chat. It's just like, I don't know why you guys are all making fun of me. I can get my own fucking gear, and the one guy's like, all you've gotten so far is like a collection of shoes. So, alright, I might have like, you know, a vast variety of fucking different footwear, but I do have other things. Probably more than... This shoe game on point. Yeah, she got that fucking fashionscape in this game.
Spreading the crime scene across the neighborhood.
What am I looking for here? Cape of Legends. I'm going to Valador.
In the days after the attack, John was interviewed by police on 3 separate occasions. Just before he was formally arrested and charged with the murder of Jamie and the attempted murder of Nation Han. In the final interview recorded by Detective Zeke Morse, his volume in the recording is barely above a whisper. John claimed to remember only pieces of what had happened at the house, but one of the memories that came back to him was of stabbing Jamie Han, repeatedly in the back. He also told detectives that he heard voices in his head telling him to hurt people, and that the knife was intended for himself.
How long do you think you and Jamie were there prior to Nation coming home?
10, 15 minutes maybe.
Okay. I know you told me last time that this knife you carried in your bag, the bag was on that stool there. How long had you think you were carrying that knife with you?
2-3 weeks.
Okay. And where did that knife come from?
I bought it.
Why did you buy that knife?
I was having a down day.
Okay. Nation had gone upstairs, and Jamie's in the kitchen at the table. And that's when you go in there, you recall grabbing the knife. Do you remember anything else happening?
Bro. Low key.
Laying here, I remember shards of things.
Okay, what are you remembering now?
Low key. I gotta get that imbued fucking mage arena cape. Shoe game on point. Yo, Dylan, you smoke, homie? You smoke joints. You smoke joints.
I don't know how Nation ended up getting hurt.
I'm smoking a toke, dude.
Detectives then confronted John with his claims of having various serious health conditions. In the days after the attack, while he was treated in hospital, John's many secrets had inevitably come to light. First, they discovered that John did not have multiple sclerosis. He had been faking a weekly injection treatment for this condition for over a year. He had accepted the help of multiple friends, including Jamie and Nate, to manage his fake symptoms. John had also not undergone surgery to remove gallstones, though he did take up the Han's offer to have him recover from the surgery in their home the following week. Crucially, the surgeon removing his gallstones could not have spotted the lumps that they feared were cancer, which was his latest and most significant false claim. The week before Jamie's death, the Hans had left on a weeks-long vacation to the beach. There, they had celebrated Nation's 27th birthday. The trip had been delayed a day, however, so the couple could first take John into the hospital for his oncologist appointment. After his gallstone surgery, they were both very concerned. John admitted to detectives that there had not been an appointment. He had left Jamie and Nate in the waiting room, then wandered the hospital
Another
for
clue
hours.
piece. Fuck.
When he returned, John told his friends that he did indeed have pancreatic cancer, but the doctors were hopeful.
You go to a doctor's appointment with Jamie and Nation to an oncologist appointment to do at one point?
Yes.
And what happened there at that doctor's appointment?
I just, I walked around.
When did that come about? When did you start telling people that?
2 weeks ago, I guess. 2, 3 weeks.
I don't even want this house.
I just felt important.
What about the gallbladder surgery?
I wasn't sure.
Any reason you told friends and family about that? Is it because of attention? I mean,
Really, the thing is that I don't need the attention because I have a lot of wonderful friends.
right.
And that's the thing that greatly concerned me is I didn't need it
Right.
because
But did you like the attention?
not really, no, I didn't.
Okay.
With so many of John's lies about his illnesses exposed, investigators began to narrow in on what they believed was the motivation. What did he gain from these lies about his health, unless he was trying to distract his friends from something more nefarious? As Nation, the rest of Jamie's family, and their large circle of friends mourned, Raleigh police began uncovering what they believed was John's real motivation for the murder, the financial fraud he had been committing for years. The Hans had been unfailingly supportive of John. Years before, he had come out of the closet to them, knowing that they would love and support him for who he was, even while he feared that he would be rejected and judged by his own family.
Look at that.
And so, when John needed work in the spring of 2010, Jamie sought to help him out once again. As her consultancy, Sky Blue, took on more work, Jamie decided that she could use John's help with finances and compliance. Basically, John tracked the donations and campaign funds, which required reports every 3 months to the Federal Elections Commission, the FEC, while Jamie focused on fundraising and campaign strategy. The following year, Jamie's decision to add John to her team seemed to pay off when Sky Blue was hired by U.S. Congressman Brad Miller for his re-election campaign. Unfortunately for Sky Blue, the congressman suspended his campaign in the autumn of 2011, which left John and Jamie sorting out refund checks for the donors. Such was the state of things that April, when John, no longer on the payroll, was nonetheless still assisting Jamie in finalizing the Miller campaign accounts. However, the accounts were not exactly fit to be closed out. They should have contained almost $63,000, when in fact, the campaign account was overdrawn, with a negative balance of over $3,500. Jamie and the congressman's treasurer, however, did not know this. It seems that John Broyhill had been writing himself checks. The checks totaled more than $46,000. After dropping John back in Raleigh following his doctor's appointment, Jamie and Nate left for the beach. On the way out of town, Jamie received a call from Congressman Miller's office, informing her that a check written from the campaign account had bounced.
Hi, this is Jamie Hahn, Brad Miller's campaign. Yes, ma'am. Can you give me that account number? We got your check. The problem is it bounced. It bounced. What? It bounced. Check number 3971 for $591.10 from Time Warnerville. Yeah. It bounced. We received it on. It looks like we received it on April the 8th. Yeah. And today, your bank saying no good. No money in there.
Okay, well, let me double check on that for you, and I'll be back in. I'm not really sure what's going on with that, because it's got plenty in there.
Based on John's reporting, Jamie believed the campaign account had more than enough funds. She decided that the returned check must have been a mistake. John's shocking and serious health issues had been the cause of repeated delays in completing the updated reporting required for the campaign account. Completing the latest quarterly report would have definitively revealed John's embezzlement of tens of thousands of dollars and the betrayal of his closest friends. But John's web of lies was falling apart even without the report. If he was purposely avoiding this work, he must have known that he would succeed only in delaying and not preventing the Hans discovering the truth. A handful of donors had reported missing their refunds. The FEC was getting involved and asking questions. Their report was late and it had discrepancies. They were missing thousands of dollars.
A couple of questions about the embezzlement of the Brad Miller campaign. Were you short on a bill or?
Dude, are you kidding me?
Okay.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
You giving the money away, or is it all on yourself for yourself? So just clothes, going out to dinner.
Whatever.
The discovery of John's embezzlement provided investigators with what they believed was financial motivation for the murder of his boss, Jamie, and attempted murder of Nation Hahn. This would be the theory presented by the prosecution at trial. Jamie must have been pressuring John about the missing funds. On the day of the murder, she confronted him, which led to the attack.
Jamie was part of our campaign. She was one of those who was asking more and more aggressive questions, more and more insistent questions of John.
Fuck, man.
But John told detectives that he was not concerned about being found out. His friends will forgive him. He was preoccupied with his own depression.
You think this was brought on by this money situation, or?
To be honest with you, sir,
Right.
I've honestly given that a lot of thought.
Mm-hmm.
And if it was just that, I would have faced it, and I would have faced the consequences.
Thinking of hurting yourself, is that coming about because of the money situation?
No.
Did you ever think about telling me the truth?
Yeah. I would.
Why didn't you?
That's a great question.
Okay. How do you think they would have responded? Mm-hmm.
In time, they would have understood. I think.
How do you think they would have responded to you being honest with them about the investment?
Smoke a toke here, boys.
I think you would have understood.
On Sunday, the 14th of April, roughly a week before the murder, John had purchased the large chef's knife before driving to the Hans residence to finalize the quarterly financial report with Jamie. John simply lied at that time and told Jamie that everything had been filed, which it had not. He must not have been pressured about the money on that date, the prosecution claimed, because he did not use his knife. He would carry the weapon around with him in his backpack for another week before deciding to use it.
Diabolical.
Shortly after midnight the night before the murder, John used Nation's credit card to purchase a one-way airline ticket from Charlotte to Las Vegas, departing Monday afternoon. He canceled his flight reservation 1 hour before takeoff. John opted instead to purchase a one-way train ticket from Raleigh to Charlotte, departing Tuesday morning. Police saw this as his escape plan.
This jury will learn that the defendant also receives medical treatment for self-inflicted injuries to both the wrists and his abdomen he administered right before the Raleigh police responded to Jamie and Nation's house that awful afternoon. This will mark, in truth, the first time that entire year the defendant ever sees any doctor. As you will learn, the defendant makes recorded admissions to investigators, confessing to lying about having MS, to lying about having gallbladder surgery, to lying about having pancreatic cancer. He will admit to embezzling thousands of dollars from Congressman Miller's account. And you will hear the defendant admit to stabbing Jamie with a knife he'd recently purchased and brought concealed in his backpack to her house that afternoon.
The most insightful and compelling testimony at trial was offered by Nation Hahn. He spoke first about how he had come to know his wife and how they had been such close friends with John Broyhill. He told the jury about how convincing John's lies had been and how concerned both he and Jamie had been for their friend.
I led him into the living room and I was asking him what was wrong, and he was crying. Finally, he calmed down. He sat down on the couch. And I asked him, what's wrong? And he said, well, I went for my post-op visit with the doctor today. And he sort of choked up. He said, that they found a spot. And then he started crying again. And he said, it's because they think I have pancreatic cancer. She was very, very upset because someone that we considered so close to us was facing what seemed like a death sentence. I remember through her tears, she turned to me and said, don't you think we should have a baby? It was really the first time she ever brought it up so distinctly. And I just remember her saying, I want our child to know all the people that we love. And this just, basically this drives home that the people we love may not always be with us.
Nation was asked to recount what had transpired on the day of the attack. He began by explaining how he had returned home from work. John was already at the house. Jamie was in her home office, visible through the glass doors and speaking on the phone. He greeted John in the kitchen.
So I went over, gave him a hug, asked him how he's doing. He said, yeah, I'm doing okay. I asked him, are you going to stay with us tonight? You know, because his procedure was, I think, scheduled for 7:30. And he said he thought so. He said he had his clothes packed with him in case he did. And it was just a normal conversation. I said, I'm going to go upstairs and change and go on a run or go to the gym one. And I went upstairs.
While upstairs changing, he heard Jamie scream his name.
And she called my name. She screamed Nation. But she also screamed John. My immediate assumption was that something had happened with him. The way she was screaming his name, it just sounded like it just sounded like something, like he passed out or something. So I started proceeding through the bedroom as quickly as I could, threw open the door. She was still alternating our names, screaming mine as if sort of come, screaming his in a different way. I was halfway down the stairs and I was yelling what as I ran, or what's happening, or I was halfway down the stairs and she screamed out, he's trying to kill me. And John was standing over her with a knife. He immediately turned and proceeded towards me. Or he pulled the knife up and then he sliced it towards me. And my immediate reaction, as best I can remember, was to try to grab the blade, or to grab towards it because it was coming towards me. And we immediately started sort of wrestling. I was trying to get the blade from him. At the same time, I was hitting him sort of open face in the palm, with the palm of my hand, screaming at him, "What are you doing?" And no response. I was also screaming at Jamie to get out of the house.
No one, including the defense, was arguing that John had not killed Jamie. But there was a crucial distinction between the two scenarios being presented.
That's how you know you're fucked.
Did John plan the murder in an attempt to cover his embezzlement scheme and other lies? If so, he must have caused himself harm only after the attack, as law enforcement surrounded the house. Alternatively, had Jamie gotten off of the phone in her office and walked into the kitchen to find John attempting to hurt himself, she would have intervened, calling his name in concern, followed by her husband's name for help. Then, in a tragic but unplanned move, John, in a state of emotional distress and irrationality, turned the knife on Jamie.
Nation said, I called back twice. What? Before he gets downstairs. And it's not until he's getting up off the bathroom when he hears the screaming. He's got to put his pants on. He's got to get down the stairs, because it's not until he's on the stairs that he then hears, he's trying to help, he's trying to kill me. That's the first time he hears that. So what was going on before that? John wasn't trying to kill her? Or was he trying to kill himself?
John's defense argued that his refund of the airline ticket to Las Vegas is proof that he did not plan the murder. If he was going to kill Jamie and Nation, why ensure that they were refunded the money?
Going over there to kill her? He's going over there to kill her and Jamie? Why is he putting their money back on their credit card at 3:44 in the afternoon right before he goes to the house? Oh, it's important before you kill somebody, you got to put their money back on their credit card?
Man, it must suck to be a lawyer and have such a damning case given to you.
Somebody. If you're going over
You
there
just
to
go in there
harm
and make yourself
somebody,
look like
why do
an
you put the
idiot.
money back on their credit card?
Goddamn.
The jury found Jonathan Broyhill guilty of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. Nation spoke to his former friend directly at his sentencing.
You can't cut her spirit out with that knife. And you couldn't stop her love for you even if you tried.
For the first-degree murder of Jamie Hahn, with deliberation, premeditation, and malice, I order you incarcerated for the remainder of your life without the possibility of parole.
John appealed the conviction, arguing that the court should have allowed the testimony of Dr. Badri Hamra, a psychiatrist with the North Carolina
That's
Department
money
of
ain't changing
Public
shit,
Safety,
homie.
who treated John 15 months after his arrest. Dr. Hamra had diagnosed John with a series of mental disorders. He
Doesn't
had been
matter,
treating and
homie.
medicating him for anxiety, depression, and psychosis.
I think if the jury had heard this testimony from Dr. Hammer, the jury would have more likely returned a verdict of second-degree murder.
The prosecution countered that evidence of emotional distress or psychosis at the time of the attack was irrelevant, because there was substantial proof that John had planned the murder at least a week in advance.
Prior to this attack, on a night that he would actually later go to the Hans, he purchased an 8-inch chef's knife near a grocery store near their house that he would eventually use to kill Jamie and injure Nation. The night before, he made plans to leave Raleigh. He had that knife for the whole week, yet he didn't use it to commit suicide.
The appeal was denied. In late 2013, Nation, alongside family and friends, launched the Jamie Kirk Hahn Foundation to honor Jamie's memory. The foundation seeks to support and inspire emerging leaders through scholarships and other initiatives. About the foundation, Nation wrote, "We are champions by the fight that we show and by the character that we show. That's how Jamie lived her life, and she tried to give that same strength and that same care and that same compassion to others." Nation went on to become a founding member of EdNC, which works to expand educational opportunities for students in North Carolina. Jonathan is currently serving out his sentence in Harnett Correctional Institute in North Carolina. At the time of publication, he is 41 years old.
Been a minute since I did this. Let's see if I can remember how to do this shit. Oh no. I didn't swap for thralls. Why are you running into them, homeboy? Oh shit. Whoop. No, I just tabbed out. I clicked the wrong tab. Fuck. My life, brother. Note to self, make sure it's on use whenever I go into the God Wars dungeon next time. Oh my god, I only got like 3 kills there, bro. I was set up for such a nice run. I need 5 more kills. 3. I can't believe I just did that, dude. Unbelievable. Okay. $8.49. I got 5 kills now. Dude, I was so set up for a nice run. That disgusts me. Guess that works. I'm disgusted with myself. I gotta go through this whole process again, man. Fuck my life. Got a beer? Sick, man. Nice. Have a drink for me. Up to my native world of 420. Man, I really feel like watching Breaking Bad right now. It's okay, tea and tastes like shit. Oh, whatever. Whatever, skis. It drank. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, exactly. That's literally. I was literally trying to think of the words to put together right there. It drinks. I think that's perfect. It drinks. It drinks. That's it, bro. That's it for sure. That's fucking funny, dude. It drinks. Yeah, this shit is fucking gold. It drinks. It drinks, dog, it drinks. It shit drinks, man. 9 more of these fucking pigs I gotta kill. Alright, we outie, bitch. We finished this now. Holy. What the fuck? What am I getting hit by? I gotta heal up? Oh my goodness. Do I just waste the bruise keys? I just waste the bruise keys. Okay. Drink this. Drink that. Pop in. Bro, it pulled me into them. I gotta turn off this. Oh, it's not even on. Why is it like pulling me into them? It shouldn't have pulled me into them right there. I hit fucking Starlight. Oh my god. Okay. No. 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 shit. That was literally 1 HP. It's definitely faster to kill him with this. Nope. Oh my god. Misclick of the century right there. We gotta squeeze 2 more kills out here. I believe in this so much. Let's go. I believe. Last case, yeah, I need. It would be sick of Blue Dragon task. It would be fire. Come on, can I hit this fucking guy? Oh my god. He's a legend, this fucking Saradomin warrior. Oh my god. Finally, a 5. Oh my goodness. Huge. Degenerate behavior. Probably. Degenerate behavior. Absolute degenerate. My team, someone in my clan just got sniped. They were gonna get some Huey Codal hides, and this guy came in, got the fucking kill, and left. That's crazy. That's crazy behavior. Can we get a blue dragon task, man? That'd be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, blue dragon task right now, I'd be happier than fuck. Give me like 400, not 400, sorry. Give me like 200 fucking blue dragons to kill. Shit. I'd be a happy man. I could have used the stepping stone. I'm fucking retarded. Chat, what did we get? Do we get a good? Do we get something good? I ain't even looking. Skeletal wyverns. 63 at that. 63 skeletal wyverns. I mean, it's alright. We'll fuck with that task. That's some good, yeah. That's some good XP, I guess. Some good XP, I guess. Should give me a health level. What did we get for a task again? Skeletal wyverns, right? Yep. That's exactly what we got. As a matter of fact. I miss my Dragon Hunter Lance, man. Fuck. Fuck, dude. Low key. How much is a Dragon Hunter Lance? $70 mil? I guess I could. $63 skeletal wyverns. I mean, I'll just do it. Whatever. I'm ripping a toke, boys. No, look at that's the little pet that I want. How dare he have that pet in front of me?
Being a Scotiabank client gets you closer to the
Man,
game.
my life is boring as fuck, dude. I'm one
It
boring
was a
ass
mild and
motherfucker. I
muddy
just
afternoon
realized, like,
in the
holy
winter
shit.
of 2009
I'm a
in
bum. I gotta
Coldwater,
change up my
Michigan.
life.
An elementary school teacher, wife, and mother is found shot to death in the bathroom of her family's farmhouse. The house has been ransacked. There are items missing. Her husband, who returned home to find her, is inconsolable. The
You love my
detectives
boring
believe that the
behavior?
scene
Yeah, I
contained
appreciate
a
that.
series of red flags. The victim found in the shower, but the bathtub is dry. An intruder and thief appears to have broken in, but there is no mud from outside anywhere on the floor. The husband had an airtight alibi. Unless, of course, he had committed the crime covertly hours earlier, before even leaving the house.
Appreciate you, Squirt.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, and this is Just Thought Lounge. The case we're looking at today is one built on speculation. Certain evidence at the crime scene points in one direction, statements from witnesses suggest another. And then there are the avenues of inquiry that have never been properly examined. Let's take a look.
Mushrooms help a lot. Word. Appreciate that, man.
Thomas Foley was born in Coldwater, Michigan, but spent the early years of his life moving frequently. Tom's father, Steve, was in the U.S. Navy. But it was Coldwater, where his grandparents lived, that Tom thought of as his home. After his parents divorced, Tom moved back to the small town and attended high school there, where he became known as a bit of a small-town hero, scoring the game-winning shot at his school's regional basketball championship. Only a few years later, during his spring break from college in 1991, Tom met the confident and beautiful woman that would become his wife, Darlene Weber. 2 years after that, the two were married. Darlene, who often went by
Appreciate
either
you,
the
Squirtman.
shortened
You're a
Dar
G,
or
bro.
Dee Dee, had by all accounts a very strong personality. She was known to be a ferocious advocate for anyone in need, particularly children. A few years into their marriage, Dar gave birth to their only child, a son named Heath. The couple had decided early on that when they had children, one of them would stay home full-time, at least in the early years. As fate would have it, Tom took on that role. Dar had a well-paying position as a second-grade teacher. The couple were able to purchase a large farmhouse located on the outskirts of town. The property needed some work, but Tom was fixing things up. He was also staying at home as a full-time dad. Saturday, February 7th, 2009, was Heath Foley's 10th birthday. His parents had a party planned for him later that day. In the morning, his father took him to a basketball game in nearby Marshall, and in the afternoon, he played at the farm with his best friend, a boy named Skylar. Tom left in his pickup truck to take both boys to the party at another friend's house in nearby Union City. It was about a 20-minute drive. They left at around 3:15 that afternoon. Dar was left behind to take a shower.
Dude, no, man,
She was
you're the
meant to pick
man.
up 3 other children at their homes and arrive just before 5. But Dar never arrived at the party. By 4:50, Tom was already expressing deep concern. It was extremely unlike his wife to be late. Tom called the home of the first boy that Dar was meant to collect. Then he phones the home of the second friend, and finally, the third. No, he is told, Dar had not turned up yet.
Jade.
Curiously, the one place that Tom did not call was
What's
his
up,
own
dog?
house to see if Darlene would pick up. She didn't have a cell phone. By
What you up to?
5:30, Tom arrived back at the farmhouse to check on her. There, he made a horrific discovery. When law enforcement arrived at the house, one of the first observations they made was that the bathtub was dry. It did not appear to any of the officers that the shower had been running in the minutes before their arrival. Detective James Carbon was put in charge of the investigation. The detective observed that the door leading to the back porch had a broken window caused by a now broken beer bottle, possibly taken from a pile of bottles next to the porch. The house had been ostensibly broken into. Sections of the home had been ransacked. The desk that Tom observed in the living room was missing some important financial papers alongside credit information. Some credit cards had also been taken. These would eventually be located later at a gas station elsewhere in Branch County. From the bathroom, prescription drugs had been taken from the medicine cabinet.
Yeah, for
A
real,
video game
dude.
system,
The obvious
a
broken
PlayStation
window.
3, was also missing.
I love that.
And jewelry from the upstairs bedroom
That's
was
funny.
unaccounted for. There were multiple high-value items that remained,
That's fucking funny.
including a large screen television and other electronics. The scene was not adding up for Detective Carbon. Why kill the homeowner but leave so many valuable items behind? His assessment of the scene was that Darlene was likely attacked by someone who knew her. There were no defensive wounds on her hands, so it is likely
Quite
she never
often.
saw the weapon until the very last second. She was taken by surprise. The damage that the killer had done suggested either a personal motive or an outright execution. Detective Carbon didn't believe that thieves would carry around a bulky shotgun as their weapon of choice. Most thieves choose smaller weapons, maybe knives, that will not inhibit their ability to carry stolen items. Nor was it sensible, thought the detective, for thieves to murder the homeowner when they are in the shower, and therefore likely unaware that anyone else was even in the house. Outside, the winter weather in early February
I'm just trying
had
to get my
turned
defense level
unseasonably
up to
warm.
90, and then we're gonna
The
start
snow
some
on the ground
raids.
had melted, turning the grounds of the Foley's farm into slush and mud. Despite the recent weather, responding officers did not notice messy floors inside the home. There was no mud or any other indication of the flooring having been cleaned up. They did not identify any footprints formed in the mud outside either. There was a circumstantial case suggesting that whoever had killed Darlene Foley had already been inside the house. The break-in could have been staged. This theory, however, did not account for how the missing items had left the property.
Well, does
Already
that
at
gas
this early
station have a
stage,
fucking video
suspicions
recorder?
were directed towards Tom Foley. He was taken into the police station straight from the house and questioned. It had only been a few hours since he found his wife dead in the bathtub.
She's in the shower? Okay. I don't know. It's alright. Take your time. If you need, there's a whole box of Kleenex back there too, right?
Heath and Skylar were playing the PlayStation in the living room around 2:30 p.m. that day, when Tom instructed them to go play outside or in the barn while he prepared to leave for the party. The boys were out in the back near one of the barns when they heard a loud sound coming from near to the house. Skylar noted that the noise came from the back porch next to the bathroom window. Notably, he described the sound as glass breaking.
Yeah, when we were outside running across the barns, like there was like a big crash like way in the back of the house.
Like what did it sound?
It sounded like breaking glass and a bunch of things falling. Like a vase just
There was a loud sound.
Based on these initial recollections, Detective Carbon believed that the boys had been auditory or ear witnesses to the crime. They may not have known it, but the loud noise that they heard must have been the sound of the shotgun. And it fit with the scenario that he had already posited. The murder had been personal. They did not find mud or footprints indicating that anyone from outside the house had entered.
Yeah, that's
The
pretty
burglary
diabolical,
had been
bro.
staged. That Tom Foley had an alibi for the whole of that afternoon meant that he must have shot his wife before he even left the house.
I know this is gonna be difficult, but I mean, what do you see? You said you grabbed her.
Stuff all over the wall. Sorry.
That's all right.
Imagine this guy's
So
actually
after you
innocent though, and they
grabbed her,
fucking
you
convict
then
them. You know what I
flew
mean?
around and called 911 then? Okay. Did you
How
hear
diabolical
anybody
is
else in
that,
the
man?
house? Did you hear anything else going on?
No.
A small stain of Darlene's blood was found on Tom's shirt. According to a forensic expert, the stain was not from blood spatter, but from contact with blood. Darlene had been shot at short range, with the gun about 6 inches from her head when fired. However, no gunpowder, blood spatter, or other physical evidence was found on Tom Foley or his shirt. His pants, however, were not taken by law enforcement or tested. Both Heath and Skylar told investigators that Tom was wearing the same clothing throughout the entire day. Most importantly, they did not notice him cleaning up or change his clothing between the time they heard the loud noise from the barn and when they left for the party. Had he shot his wife before even leaving the house, as the police now believe, he managed to do so without getting a hint of evidence on his shirt or person. In the days that followed, there would be more discoveries made at the Foley farmhouse. A single work glove found on the ground outside the broken door used by the potential burglars was collected for forensic testing. Tom Foley told the police that it was not his glove, and it had not been on the ground outside the door when he left with the boys that afternoon. DNA testing on the glove returned the presence of 2 unknown individuals, a male and a female. The DNA did not match Tom, Darlene, or Heath Foley. Perhaps the most significant discovery came a day following the murder, after 12 hours of searching inside the home utilizing a police dog trained in detecting weapons. It was a plastic bag, located on the floor near to the center of the basement. The bag contained 3 shotgun shells. Although there were no fingerprints on the shells, a print of Tom Foley's right index finger was found on the outside of the bag. Tom insisted that he had never owned or even used a shotgun. He had no idea where these shells had come from. He was asked about the bag 17 days after the murder in a second interview. To this point, Tom had not been asked if he had an explanation for the loud noise that both boys heard from the barn that afternoon. He would not be presented with that evidence against him for months.
Downstairs in the basement, okay, we found a Dunham's bag. Okay. That had some shotgun shells in it. Okay. Have you ever seen it before? No. Okay. When I say down in the basement, I'm talking the Michigan basement that goes down from the bathroom that goes down in there. There was a Dunham bag that had 3 shotgun shells in it. We found down there. And I know when I talked to you before, you said that nobody was a hunter or anything like that.
No, we're not.
You never saw the shells?
No.
Okay. Never saw the bag down there or anything like that?
No.
Okay. But yeah, we found those down in that basement.
Okay.
Sometimes criminals is me,
I mean, I'll
yeah,
go
they
down
do
there,
that, make the
but,
job easy. I already read
it's
that,
usually just to
actually.
get- 'cause we got
I
a
can
cruiser
fucking
down
do? I'm just a regular I'm just a regular guy, man.
Investigators were never
Appreciate
able
you,
to
though.
link the shells definitively to the murder.
I'm just some fucking
because the
scumbag out here living,
like
playing
so
video
many
games,
other
man.
things in this case,
You feel me?
was missing. As the weeks went by, Darlene's family became increasingly suspicious of
Average
Tom.
white Canadian.
It was clear to them that he was the focus
We're a
of the
dying
murder
breed.
investigation. And the thought process was pretty clear. Who else could it have been? Then, investigators caught a lucky break when they spoke with Darlene's brother, Brian. and they discovered that he owned a shotgun. A shotgun that had been stolen from him several months earlier, but he had failed to
European
report it
pride,
missing.
baby.
He told police that he
I
did
love my
not
fish and
report it
chips.
because he believed that either a friend or a family member had taken it from him. They had found a link to the likely murder weapon. On March 6th, 2009, Tom Foley was arrested and charged with murder and illegal use of a weapon.
I'm very confident about the case. We wouldn't have charged him if we weren't confident about the case that we have.
He stood trial later that year. Detective
I
Carbon
like good
testified
food,
that police
Gene,
believed
bro.
Tom killed his wife,
I do
took
be
the
making
boys
some
to the
bussin'
party,
food.
then returned
Man.
home and ransacked parts of the house
Even the one
himself.
day, man, I made a girl made a BLT for my dad, and he takes a bite, he looks up at me,
When
he's like,
eventually asked
"That's
about
the
the loud
best
bang
fucking
thought to have
sandwich
been
I've
the fatal
ever had."
gunshot blast,
And it's
Tom
like,
had
damn.
explained that he
Thanks,
had been
man.
carrying a glass pane
He's like,
from
"No,
one
you
of
gotta
the
show me how to
barns
make
into
that."
the house. He had
And I
been
had to show
slowly
him how to make a
repairing
fucking
these,
BLT.
and
It's pretty
they were
funny.
delicate. On that occasion, he had dropped the window pane, causing the glass to shatter and the heavy wooden frame to hit the porch, causing a loud bang. Tom
Got that
stated
good
that
food,
Heath ran
Gene,
from the
pretty
barn
sure.
at that time to check on what had happened. He told his son that it was glass from the window. Then he cleaned it up. As time went on, Heath's recollection changed. In later interviews, Heath also suggested the noise could have been a gunshot.
Our neighbors just like shoot guns. I was like, maybe a gunshot, maybe, or maybe something like glass broke down. It was one of those two things.
At trial, both boys testified to the sound they heard.
Really loud sound that made my ears hurt because I have like really sensitive ears.
Okay, it made your ears hurt?
Yeah, like when your ears hurt, it kind of makes them like ring inside, and that's what kind of happened with my ears.
After speaking with the Webbers, police had come to believe that there had been trouble in the Foley marriage. Tom, unemployed and unhappy, was poised to gain $280,000 in life insurance should his wife pass away. In addition, they uncovered two women who had romantic encounters with Tom. The first was a teacher in Union City, where Dar had also taught. She said that Tom had admitted to having romantic feelings for her and was unhappy in his marriage. She had rejected him. The second was a family friend, a woman who had visited with Tom only 2 weeks after Darlene was killed to offer her condolences. That encounter had led to an embrace, one that abruptly ended.
And it was stopped.
Who tried and who stopped?
He tried and we both stopped.
This second encounter was deemed prejudicial by the trial judge, and the testimony
Man,
was
he
never
didn't try,
introduced
lady.
to
He
the jury.
succeeded by the look on your
prosecution
face.
maintained that Tom's behavior to other women was representative of his true feelings and the real state of the marriage. It formed part of his motive to be rid of his wife. The defense argued that this was nonsense. Tom's feelings for the teacher had been a brief dalliance 3 years prior to the murder. Tom subsequently told his wife about it. The two sought counseling and worked through it. Not every marriage that hits a bump in the road leads to murder, they argued. But the jury believed that the prosecution's theory was sound. They had ear witnesses, shotgun shells with a connected fingerprint, circumstantial evidence around the house, and a motive. On November 27, 2009, Tom Foley was convicted of murder and use of a weapon to commit a felony.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder.
He was sentenced to life in prison.
That's pretty crazy. First degree murder, they found him guilty. They don't really have
While
much
Tom
proof,
was
though.
in custody, there were new developments in the case.
I've seen people get away
in fact,
with
these
more
were
on them.
emerging even as the trial was underway.
That's crazy.
Transactions amounting to approximately $4,200 were made on a credit card that had been set up using the information stolen from the Foley farmhouse. A person or persons in Brooklyn, New York, had been using the stolen paperwork long after Tom Foley had been placed in police custody.
What?
A private investigator tracked the online usage of the cards to an address in Michigan. where he found an unhelpful woman who claimed her boyfriend must have sold the data.
What?
She said she knew nothing more about it. At this point, police already had their murderer in custody and indicted. There was no follow-up performed on these leads by Detective Carbon or his colleagues.
That sounds a little sus.
One day after the verdict was reached, Tom's defense team was contacted by a neighbor of Tom Foley's named Jeanette Moore. Jeanette told them that at 4:45 p.m. on the day of the murder, she saw an older model white car driving quickly from the Foley driveway. The driver, she said, was 18 to 20 years old. She provided a description that was rendered into a sketch. The man she saw looked nothing like Tom Foley. Within a week of the verdict, Tom's lawyers had filed a motion for a new trial based on this new evidence.
She said, Mom, there was a lady murdered there. And I said, what? I said, my God, maybe that, whoever that I seen is the one that did it. Or...
If you thought at that point they didn't have the right person charged, why didn't you come forward?
I was afraid.
Jeanette explained that she had also been struggling with health issues which negatively impacted her and further exacerbated her anxieties. After Jeanette came forward, the new evidence suggesting persons other than Tom Foley had committed the murder seemed to snowball. Another set of witnesses lent weight to Jeanette's recollection. A married couple, Mr. and Mrs. Brunel, saw a white sedan leaving the Foley driveway at 4 p.m. Then a third witness recounted that at about 3:30, he saw a dark, possibly black-colored SUV parked near the barn. He knew the vehicle was not owned by the Foley family. Tom Foley was granted a new trial, which began in July 2011. The Michigan Court of Appeals had ruled that given the new witness testimony, a second jury was likely to acquit Tom Foley of the charges. But that outcome was still far from a foregone conclusion. Perhaps the most damning testimony at the second trial, yet again, came from the boys, Heath and Skylar. Over the 2 years that his father spent in prison leading up to his second trial, Heath had been in the care of his mother's family. The Webbers, quite rightly, wanted justice for Darlene. How much this desire for justice aimed at Tom impacted Heath's recollections or Skylar's subsequent interpretation of the noise they heard cannot be certain. But when it came to testify yet again, both boys had become more confident in what they had heard that day.
Last year at church camp, for one of our activities, we fired shotguns, and it most resembled that sound.
Police later scoured the area outside of the porch for glass shards in order to verify or disprove Tom's story. At that time, they found nothing. Yet a photo of the area taken by their own team said differently. When reviewing the evidence after the first trial, Tom's defense team spotted a shard of glass in a police photo taken during the investigation. They found it near the porch in the exact location
skeletal
where
wyverns
Tom
are
had
dope.
claimed
I
he
could kill these
dropped the
cocksuckers
window
all
pane.
day. Good
When they
GP.
matched that glass to the frame, it was a perfect fit. They called this discovery their Perry Mason moment. However, testimony from another member of the Weber family threatened to render this discovery useless. Amber Weber, Dar's niece and one of Brian's daughters, had been very close to her aunt. She recounted how Aunt Dar had told her a full week before her death that Tom had dropped a glass pane on the porch. The glass was already there. It proved nothing.
Yeah, you have a good
However,
night, eh?
Amber's testimony was based on
Happy Thanksgiving.
unverifiable statements from Darlene. The judge determined that the statements were hearsay and deemed inadmissible. In addition to the newfound glass shard, the defense called their new lineup of witnesses, beginning with Jeanette Moore, to the stand.
As I approached, this white car come racing out forward, and if I hadn't braked, I would have hit him. 20-year-old kid, had real black hair, and his face was real white, and he was clenching the wheel just like this, and I thought, he's crazy, he's gonna kill somebody.
I caught the glance of a black Ford
SUV crossover vehicle?
It could have been a white car, cream car. Yeah. It was just a light colored car.
The prosecution's case had been frustrated by a few of the judge's rulings. They had been unable to introduce the woman who Tom had kissed and embraced so soon after his wife's death. They had been unable to put Amber on the stand to counter the broken glass pane evidence. They had also been unable to account for why so many witnesses saw strange vehicles at the Foley farm that afternoon.
They became so focused in relation to Tom Foley that whenever there was an effort to follow up a legitimate lead, they chose not to.
Who planned this murder months in advance? Tom Foley. Who stood to gain from Dee Dee's death? Tom Foley.
When the second jury returned with their verdict, the appellate judges were proven correct. Tom Foley was found not guilty of murdering his wife. After 2 years in prison, he was released and given back custody of his son.
Considered a lot of other things that I thought the first jury should have given more importance to, and that was the timeline. It was almost impossible for him to have done what they said.
In the years since Tom's release, there have been several theories posited that attempt to explain what really happened to Darlene Foley. One theory, which has been proposed in a book written by a local family friend, with the input and support of Tom Foley himself, has suggested a link to Darlene's younger brother, Brian. To be clear, neither the author nor Tom points the finger directly at Dar's brother. The author determines that he has neither the temperament nor capabilities to hurt his sister. The spotlight was placed on him due to his past affiliations. Brian was known to drink heavily and was addicted to methamphetamine. In subsequent years, he has gotten clean, but he had been arrested for these activities prior to Darlene's murder. When questioned by police about his shotgun, Brian first stated, "I think one of my friends may have taken my gun." This statement then became, "I think someone I knew took the gun, a friend or family member." In the weeks before her murder, Dar told Tom that she wanted to speak with her mother about Brian's behavior in front of her 3 nieces. She was very close to and protective of the girls. On Tom's advice, she stayed quiet. At that time, they only knew about his drinking, which was not a serious threat. However, in the days before her death, Darlene discovered something far more concerning. Brian had, reportedly, been making meth in his home.
What?
According to reporting from years later, Brian had set up multiple labs to make methamphetamine. After discovering this,
Walter
Dar
White
no
over
longer
there.
wanted to speak with her mother. Tom believed that instead, she aimed to go straight to the police with this new information. If this was the case, word of her knowledge could have reached the individuals dependent upon Brian's meth labs. Was it possible that one, or a handful of these individuals, took it upon themselves to break into the Foley farmhouse and silence Dar before she had the chance to speak with police? What has been named the meth mob plan is not the only theory floating around in print or online. Darlene's advocacy for her students led her to testify against potentially abusive parents in court on more than one occasion. One of these instances resulted in her taking out a restraining order against an accused father. Could this have become a motive for murder? What is certain is that the investigation failed to explore leads that were unconnected to Tom Foley. Lead prosecutor Terry Norris has stated that after Tom's release, the investigation ceased. They had their murderer, but failed to get a conviction. For county officials, that was the end of the line. In June 2017, Tom filed a lawsuit under the 2016 Wrongful Imprisonment Compensation Act. The act provides $50,000 per year to wrongfully convicted individuals. However, the lawsuit was dismissed on legal grounds in May the following year. Tom Foley has spent years mending
They
his
said, "Just be
relationship
lucky
with his
you
son,
ain't in
Heath."
jail,
He now has
motherfucker.
a second child with his new wife, Anna.
That's what they said
who
to
happens
him.
to hold a degree in criminal justice. Tom continues to reside in Michigan. And that was the tragic and mysterious case of Thomas and Darlene Foley. Thanks for watching. I'm Kevin. This is Just Thought Lounge, and I'll see you in the next one. In early July 2018, a late-night house fire in the town of Dundas, Ontario.
It's my hometown. Dundas, Ontario, baby. Shout out the Das.
In early 2023, medical personnel at a hospital east of Houston received a diabetic patient who was not responding to their treatment. His condition, they said, made no sense. At his bedside, his wife was displaying what they called theatrics. When the patient, 46-year-old Joseph Hartsfield, passed away, his death left a number of unsettling questions. An investigation was launched, which began to uncover an unbelievable number of secrets, suspicions, and tragic coincidences. At the center of it all was his grieving widow. She had been married no less than 4 times before, and Sarah Hartsfield had a growing list of exes that were either dead or counted themselves lucky to have gotten out of their marriage alive. Hi everyone,
Can't be trusting these bitches nowadays, boys.
Just Thought Lounge. Today we're taking a look at the case of Sarah Hartsfield. If even
They're
a
out to get
portion
us.
of the allegations that have been made against the
All of
48-year-old
them.
mother are true, it is astounding that she has lived under the radar of law enforcement and out of prison for so long. Let's take a look. Sheriff's deputies from Chambers County, Texas, were called out to Baytown Houston Methodist Hospital on January 7, 2023. Dispatch had received a call from an ER nurse around 6:30 p.m. regarding the suspicious illness of an emergency room patient. He had been brought in via ambulance from Beach City. 46-year-old Joseph Hartsfield, a diabetic, was suffering from extremely high insulin levels. Over the next week, treatment in hospital, which medical teams believed should have been effective, were failing. 8 days after being rushed to the hospital, Joseph remained unresponsive. At that time, his wife, Sarah, made the difficult decision to end life support. Joe Hartsfield passed away on January 15th and was subsequently cremated.
May we take this time together in silence to honor the life of Joseph Hartsfield.
Law enforcement, after receiving what they called inconsistent information from medical staff, launched a full-scale investigation. They learned that Joe wore a glucose monitor that registered his levels to an app connected to both his and his wife's phones. Should his sugar levels fall too low or jump too high, alerts would sound to notify them of the danger. His wife had been home with him all night. It made no sense with a working monitor for Joe's condition to have reached such extremes. Throughout the ordeal and in the days following Joe's death, Sarah Hartsfield posted on social media of her heartache. A video from the hospital posted to her Facebook account showed a wife devastated over her husband's condition. Despite these outward displays, suspicions remained. According to medical staff, Joe's insulin levels peaked 4 to 6 hours before the widow had called 911. The alarm from the monitor application on her phone must have been sounding and been ignored for hours.
Oh, was
From the
sleeping.
couple's home outside of Houston, Sarah said she had been recovering from her own health issues the evening before. She had fallen asleep on the couch and had slept through the night undisturbed by any alerts. Alarms related to her husband's blood sugar sounded regularly, she said, so she did not see a reason for concern at that time. A search of the couple's home found nearly 10 insulin pins, all on the floor in the couple's bedroom, next to Joe's side of the bed. The further the investigators dove into the grieving widow's past, the more they believed that there was more to Joe's death than Sarah's innocent explanation. Investigators learned that in her 48 years, Sarah Hartsfield had lived in 39 different homes across multiple states, had been married 5 times, and engaged to be married once more on top of that. Nearly every one of her exes, those that were still alive at least, said that at some point Sarah had made them fearful for their lives. Concerned that she would run, Sarah Hartsfield was promptly arrested. The investigation was still ongoing, and the medical examiner had not issued a decision on Joe's manner of death. Regardless, Sarah Hartsfield was indicted for murder and held on a $5 million bond. Her court-appointed attorney awaited the evidence that they assumed must be coming.
However, as you heard in there, the discovery is lacking in this case. There's no medical examiner report, there's no police report, and so we're just working with what we have right now. Our defense is she had nothing to do with it. And if you had nothing to do with it, I mean, that's your defense. You know, I never gave him medication. That's why they're focusing on past events and not this current event.
While Sarah Hartsfield sat in custody, teams from across the country set to work piecing together her sordid past. Sarah Smith had spent the early years of her life in rural Missouri. Her family owned acres of farmland in the sprawling countryside. What may sound like the scene of an idyllic childhood, however, for Sarah, had been far from it. Her father, Thomas, after his release from state prison, had been found to be abusive to her as a young child. Upon learning of his actions, her mother divorced him, only to remarry another convict who had been recently released after serving time for second-degree murder. While still in grade school, she was moved into foster care. Her foster mother, Barb Stewart, looked after Sarah as a mother, and the two remained close for many years following.
She was required to go to counseling, and so I was prepared for a troubled early adolescent going into teenhood situation.
Not yet out of her teenage years, Sarah would marry for the first time in 1993 to her high school sweetheart, a young man named Titus Knernschild. The marriage met its end when, after returning from army training, Titus was introduced to more than one individual who openly claimed to be having an affair with his wife. The marriage had lasted less than 3 years. In the over 25 years that followed their divorce, Sarah would become a persistent and unwanted presence in Titus's life and that of his second wife. He alleged that he had found Sarah lurking near to his home, that his vehicle had been vandalized, and that he repeatedly received unwanted phone calls.
She would continuously show up into my life. You'd think she was gone. I have no children with her. There was no reason to be with her at all. And she would call our house and pester me, pester my wife. She threatened my family when I was in Oklahoma and my family was still in Fort Hood area, telling that she's going to be stopping by.
At one point, Titus and his wife alleged that they noticed an odd smell one evening while sitting within the house. When they went outside to investigate, they spotted Sarah quickly exiting their property in the dark of the night. After they watched her leave, the couple took a look at the house. There was gasoline, the cause of the odd smell, splashed all over the side of the house. Empty canisters had been discarded nearby. Baffled and unsettled, they came to one conclusion. That Sarah had been trying to burn their house down, with them inside. As with other incidents, they went straight to the police, but this did little to help. Titus believed that Sarah was able to talk her way out of trouble, convincing law enforcement that she had done nothing wrong.
She's very intelligent on how she does things, so trying to get a judge to give me a or a protective order would have been very difficult.
When Titus caught word of Sarah's arrest, he was not surprised, but he was relieved.
I am glad she has finally been caught for who she is. I'm just sorry another person had to die to get her caught. you know, was making it clear that I shouldn't leave her, she would leave me. And then as it got ugly, she told me that, you know, not to be surprised if I don't make it through this. I was honestly surprised to get out of my marriage alive. Because I was in the Army, I had a $200,000 life insurance on myself at the time. So I was very concerned that I would end up dead so she could get the money.
After their divorce, Sarah moved on quickly with Titus's former best friend. This marriage was also short-lived. Her second husband appears to be the only one of her past spouses to have steered clear of her alleged nefarious activities. An orange jumpsuit is not the only uniform that Sarah Hartsfield has grown accustomed to wearing. In 1997, Sarah joined the Army. She began her career as a motor transport operator before moving into a position as an intelligence analyst. She would serve 20 years before retiring as a sergeant first class.
I am speed.
I love this game, bro. I used to have a steering wheel and shit for this game as a kid. On PS2, bro. Oh. This was the shit.
Hi, I'm Walt Disney. Look, I know we want to see Need for Speed Underground, but I don't have that yet. So I went for the next closest thing. We're talking about Disney's Cars, the game. It's like an open-world GTA-style story, with mini-games beyond the eye can see, and many races to explore featuring off-road, monster truck, and even NASCAR. So with that being said, let's just strap on our seatbelts, become a car, and hit the road. After the events of the
Yo,
movie
Rick
Cars,
D,
I
what
wanna
the
help
fuck's
King
good,
cross the
dude?
finish line because his tires blew out, allowing my rival Chick Hicks
How's
to
life,
tell the
man?
glory. How could we forget? It's now in my hands, or wheels, to rise back up to the top. The game starts off hot in the Radiator Springs Grand Prix. A nice little race between me and my good pals. And right away I was cruising. And to make a long story short, I pretty much won by a mile. But it was only just a dream.
Wake up! Yeah, I was dreaming about a race.
So Mac, my transporter, says,
What
listen,
you
brother,
saying,
you
Rick?
got a
How's
busting cup to
life?
win here. But you need to up
My
your
boy
reputation
Jayski started
before
doing
it's
some
impossible.
opening
Pretty much
card
saying
pack
fall off.
openings, eh?
Just don't let anybody with four
They're
wheels
nuts. He
race
just
for the
got some
best
crazy
stuff,
cards
you
the
know?
other day.
Now, what better way to start than seek the
Pokemon.
guidance of a real OG? We're talking about the legendary Doc Hudson. The Hudson Hornet. He shows me the secrets
Taking
to
a
off-road
break from
racing,
watching
featuring
COD
the
Zombies.
amazing power slide,
Not much, just
the
taking
most
a break from
maneuver
watching
in the
COD
entire game.
Zombies
You
break.
just do it all the time.
Yeah, COD Zombies kind of like, I don't know.
And after completing the training, we spot rival Kingpin Chick Hicks lurking in the shadows. Seems to be scouting me to get an upper hand. I'll deal with him later.
So I'm sure you'll be seeing each other soon.
It's fun from time to time. Content? Oh, okay.
Okay. With my training for the day complete, it's time to
It's
have
fun
some
from
fun.
time
So
to
I
time.
scooted
I
on over
like
to the
playing
junkyard
some
to meet up
custom
with my
maps.
friend Mater.
Been doing that a little bit lately.
Feeling a bit mischievous, I recommend we go tractor tipping.
Let's go tractor tipping.
So we wait until nightfall to infiltrate the barnyard facility. This will increase our chances of not getting caught by Big Frank and his spotlights and his zipping around motions. We partake in this criminal activity for so long that I'm starting to feel corrupted. So we leave, but
Bro, I remember playing that game when I was a kid. That shit was fire. I'm getting rinsed too. Kill him. Kill him! How many more of these do I have to kill? 11? I don't think we're killing 11 this trip. We're gonna have to probably make a Take a trip back. If I could fucking hit this guy, that'd be amazing. There we go. The RNG just went to complete another shit. Granite legs. What's the granite legs drop rate on these guys? Come on now. One in 512. Sick. 1 in 512, and I got the worst drop. And I got the worst drop that I could get. I could have got something worth some money. I got that shit. You know, I've been watching a lot of, like, I watched Batman Begins for the first time the other day, and I've been watching, like, a lot of Batman stuff recently. The Penguin TV show, I haven't watched that yet. Honestly, I never really liked the Batman from, like, Matt Reeves' Batman. I didn't really like that one too much. I thought it was, like, the worst version of, like, Christopher Nolan's Batman. Crash Bandicoot, what a fucking game. Kill this fucking guy. Kill him. Kill him. Come on, kill this guy and then one more. And then we only gotta kill fucking 6. Rick D coming in with the big old 200k. Jesus. Now you're getting robbed. You were just watching Batman Beyond? Bro, I haven't watched Batman Beyond in so long. That shit is fire, though. One of the best cartoons. Like, that, if you go all the way back to, like, the original Batman cartoon from 1980, and then you follow that all the way up to through Batman Beyond, Justice League, all of that, bro. Such amazing storytelling through cartoons. Like, absolutely insane. So good, bro. I'm a huge fan of that shit. Let me see if I can find it. Justice League. Justice League. Watch Batman Beyond DVDs from Blockbuster. Yeah, I used to watch the same shit. Same, bro, same. It's streaming on HBO Max. That's actually crazy. Batman cartoon. Bro, there's one episode, man. There's like one episode where like they go to this alternate reality. They go to this alternate reality, and it's like this kid that's traumatized, and it's just like he's like projecting all of his favorite superheroes that have died. Bro, where is that shit? Hey, that's me. Bro, I literally can't find it, but that was like the best cartoon fucking ever. I swear to God. I swear to God. I wanna, bro. You got me wanting to watch something now. Fuck. Have you seen that new Joker movie? Not yet. I hear it's pretty bad. Let's find something to watch. Marvel Spider-Man 2. I haven't played Marvel. I don't know anything about Marvel Spider-Man 2. You don't know if you want to see it? Nah, me neither, dude. Me neither, dude. Damn, bro. I wish I could sit here and just watch anime with you guys or something. Instead, I gotta sit here and fucking watch YouTube videos. Like, fuck. Disappointing. I don't even know. Gollum, bro. Gollum for the PlayStation. That shit was so bad. They're making like a new Gollum movie as well. I don't know how I feel about that. Can I like? I wonder if there's like animated comic books that we could watch. Like, this looks pretty bad.
After killing off Cyclops amped with the Phoenix, waiting for his next body. Who's next?
Nah, I've seen this before actually.
It is said that memory does not form in a child until they are past their earliest years. But this has never been true for me. No. Victor Von Doom remembers all. Every moment of this life which has tried so hard, yet failed to break me. Every loss, every sacrifice, every vengeance taken by these hands. I could not forget them if I tried. Father never believed me, but I swore that my awareness began in my mother's womb.
Bro, this is hilarious. This guy's recording it with like a handheld recorder, and he's flipping the pages, yeah. I thought there was something weird about that. My guy. That's my guy right there.
A man with an impossible journey was.
It's wild. I remember hearing about that Jerry guy. Sick 3 Ranner seeds, I'll take that. Made a decent amount of money this trip here. 1.1 mil. Yeah, I'll take that. Take that 1 mil. I didn't hit the rejuvenation. Oh my god. Hmm. Hmm. E3 Drakes. Greater demons. Fuck. I guess that's just some AFK magic XP. For I think it may just be some AFK magic XP. CIS. Teleport to CIS. Let me think here. Let me get rid of this stuff. Quite honestly. Maybe this will convince me to
Today's
watch
digital
it.
age, and with a lot of people working remotely, our written communication is more crucial than ever.
I'll spray paint your ass! I got you! I got you!
Shit, it is. Look at that.
Hey,
Hey, Johnny Slick.
how you doing?
Goddamn rat.
I hope you're doing well. So I have seen all of The Penguin. That's right, your old pal Uncle Hightop has seen all 8 episodes, the entire first season, thanks to my guy Zach Pope, who gave me the contact info for WB, who then deemed me worthy enough of being able to see the whole show early. So thank you, Zach, and thank you, WB. Let me get the bullet points out of the way in case you're worried I'll spoil too much or say something you don't want to hear. Despite a few qualms I have with the show, The Penguin is a fucking masterpiece. It's not just riveting superhero television, whatever the hell that means. It's just damn good television, damn good storytelling. Lauren LaFranc and Matt Reeves have created the kind of connected universe spin-off show that I've dreamt about for years. It's a mature, no-holds-barred character study of a Batman villain that's often been and is too easily depicted as two-dimensional. It's a crazy, suspenseful trip into the forgotten corners of Reeves' Gotham. It's an exercise in duality, a show that constantly makes you feel an immense amount of sympathy, only to immediately remind you how twisted, how cruel, and how lost the Penguin is. It really is Breaking Bird, Better Cuckoo Oz, and the Paguanos. Point is, you should watch it, and I feel bad that everyone is going to have to wait until November 9th to see the story come to completion. I said it in my The Batman video, but it's true. The peak superhero universe as of now for me is the Reevesverse, the Batman crime saga.
Masterpiece. I cried like 5 times.
You guys are always asking me, what do you want from these movies? They're just superhero things. What do you want? Well, I want this. This is it. This is what I want. There you go. Goodbye. I won't be spoiling too much, otherwise WB will slap me with a good old subpoena and you will break my already oversized beak, so this won't be a long one, but I do have a lot of rambling to do. So pour yourself a scotch, grab yourself a drop, and let's talk about Oz Cobb. But before we get into it, this video is brought to you by my Patreon page. I know you're skipping the ad, but the truth is $1 a month really does help. I've been trying to post a lot for I should go to the series. I've been trying to post a lot more behind the scenes. Silly. I never thought superhero names were something that could ground a project. I mean, in that case, what are we doing here? Clark Kent, Rick Gray, Bruce Wayne, fuck me. But honestly here, I think it works solely because to me, Cobblepot always sounded like old money, forgotten royalty, which works if that's the character's background, right? Even Gotham, of the show kind of changed the history and pronunciation of the name to be Cobbleput.
Mrs. Cobblepot. Mrs. Cobbleput.
Here, Oswald is just a poor kid from the east side of Gotham who has far more in common with the likes
Gotham
of
had to
Henry Hill
change
than
the
he
names
does
of
with
the
his
characters and
typical
shit because they
comic
didn't have like the
counterparts.
rights.
So yeah, whatever. Oz
Why?
Cobb. Matt Reeves and the team can do whatever the hell they want at this point, and I'll eat it up, like fucking Kirby. The opening montage of the Penguin is so brilliant, reusing an image that we have already seen, extending it, using it as a viewpoint into Oz's head. At the end of the Batman, we saw this frame as a threat, a promise of what's to come. There will be a power struggle and someone will take control.
And some will seize the chance
Saved
to grab
you.
everything they can.
Through the eyes of Batman, Oz is the sinister schemer who will rise to power. The opening of the Penguin recontextualizes this shot. We are now seeing through the viewpoint of Oz, and instead of a threat, we are seeing an opportunity. News reports, flashes of chaos intercut with the eyes of a man whose city has been destroyed, whose employer has been killed. A man who seems so small in the grand Gotham, so minuscule in the Falcone Empire. A man who has nowhere to go but up when the city is at its lowest point. Right away, we are told that this is his story and we are going to see the world through his eyes instead of those of the broken Bat. I love how the pilot in particular uses every single penny of its budget to show us how desolate, destroyed, decaying Gotham is. It's a small thing, man, but when we were making our movie, it was always about making everything as dirty as possible. An exaggeration of trash, an abundance of disgust. Reeves's Gotham, while not having the heightened reality of the Burton films, the animated series keeps the hellish orange hues, the hungry pack of rats hidden in every panel, the fractured disconnect between classes, neighborhoods, people that has always been so prevalent in the comics. Throughout the season, you will get very purposeful cuts from the wealthy suburbs, the mansions where Carmine Falcone destroyed his family while creating an empire, and immediately cut to Oz walking the streets of Crown Point, this show's version of Park Row, where everything is cluttered, covered in graffiti, false promises, and lacking in hope. Everyone is dead or hidden, burrowed away like the rodents they've always been treated like. The only people left are stealing to survive or exploiting their neighbors. The contrast between worlds that was hinted at in the Batman has the time to be showcased to the fullest extent. That's the wonderful nature of a miniseries. Not everything has to be condensed to a 2-hour runtime. All the ideas you cannot cover in that time frame get the chance to be explored with depth. You get to see the characters exposed like a raw nerve. You wear their skins, waddle around in their shoes, become them in a way you can only watch from a distance in a film. And speaking of skin-wearing transformations, Colin Farrell is magical. Colin Farrell, he's so good. He's always so good. I don't know if he's given a bad performance.
Want peanuts?
And what makes him good here isn't the complete disappearance behind the makeup. It's not the showy moments, the voice, the walk, the becoming of someone fictional and making him human. That's the stuff that will get attention. That always will, right? But it's his vulnerable moments of insecurity that are buried underneath the character's bravado. It's the glance, the slight waver when someone mocks his appearance or his place in the pipeline. It's the micro expressions of his hidden aggression, his resentment that is palpable yet never overplayed. The subtlety lies in his eyes. That's not just a testament to Farrell's ability
Chico.
as an actor
Never
or
lie.
Mike Marino's makeup, but to the direction. It's so easy to cut something down for pace, to cut away once a character is seemingly done emoting, done expressing. But here, moments are allowed to play in full. The full range of human expression is allowed to show, creating an empathy and attachment. One of my favorite moments from the series happens in the pilot, where Oz and Victor are crammed onto the train. Oz looks and he sees this handicapped seat. And at this point, we have just seen just how much pain his foot causes him, how much discomfort we know he must be in. Yet, he will never allow himself to be viewed as having any kind of handicap, any kind of weakness. It's a telling moment played without dialogue, only through the visual storytelling, only through the performances. The character, the show is defined by those moments. Here's a small-time thug who we know will grow into one of the biggest characters in the Batman mythos, who is doing all of this because he will never ever feel loved, feel like enough. One of the core relationships, without spoiling too much, centers around Penguin feeling a kinship with a young but good-hearted punk named Victor. The reason Oz doesn't shoot him like he would any other kid who tried to steal his hubcaps, Jason, is because he has a stutter. Please. Because he is viewed as lesser, different, incapable by the rest of the world. In the third episode, Oz and Victor sit down at this fancy restaurant. Victor's stutter starts acting up and the waiter finishes his sentence, finishes his order. And Oz pops off, roasts the waiter, telling him he better not dare cut Victor off like that, and he better let Victor finish his sentence no matter how long it takes. It's a beautiful moment, and once Vic is given or gives himself the space to speak,
This show sounds like
Oz
it's
and
actually pretty
him
good.
have a lengthy conversation about Victor's father's dream